change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't tame me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up.
순간 우릴 덮는 슬픔과 깊은 어둠.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your players, teams, and, favorites coming from this season of Champions. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. We'll be hopping into our fourth day of broadcasting the Solo King tournament. We've got 4 great matchups coming your way. Of course, we'll break those down for you in just a minute. But first, do you want to make sure that you guys know where you guys can join the conversation about tonight's game. Make sure to head on over to Twitter. Follow at Azubu TV, and of course, use the hashtag #TheSoloKing to share your thoughts on tonight's games. It's going to be an exciting day filled with some amazing action. Of course, you get a chance to see 5v5 play between all of the teams in Champions this season, but when it comes down to 1v1s, only the Solo King can determine who will be the Solo King at the end of this tournament. So it's going to be an exciting day of action, or night of action, of course, wherever you are coming from. Do want to make sure that everybody feels welcome, because this is not just a Korean tournament full of 1v1s from some of the best players in the world. It's an international audience watching it. Of course, it's one of the best parts about esports. We can all come together, watch people kill each other over and over again for our amusement. Of course, in League of Legends, that is the goal, and we'll have to find out who will be the victors after today. Of course, if you are looking for more information about the Solo King tournament, we'll break down the format here for you in just a minute. Make sure to head on over to azubu.tv, or of course lol.esportspedia.com for more information on the brackets. Of course, you can see them up there on your screen right now. First matchup for today. In fact, before we go over today's matchup, let's recap yesterday. Of course, this was played just a little bit earlier on this morning in the United States, so if that's the time zone you're watching from, then you got a chance to watch NaJin make it out of a very difficult group, a group that I would have actually given the advantage to either Duke or Captain Jack, but after Duke took out Captain Jack, NaJin took him out after a victory over XD. Of course, let's go over our matchups for today. To start things off today, it will be Ganked by Mom, or GBM. He'll be taking on Bang from SK Telecom T1. Of course, this is not the only SKT matchup. We'll have another one later on. We'll get to that as we face off. And as far as these matchups are concerned, you know, we didn't get a chance to check out the fan votes for both of these, at least for the Group B matches. So I'm excited to see how you guys, the viewers, will rate this. I would give maybe an initial advantage to Bang, maybe just because he comes from a little bit more of a 1v1 centric background. However, I mean, you can't count GBM out of any 1v1s. May not be up on the champions that are super meta in the 1v1 tournament, but of course, when it comes to 1v1s in 5v5 games, he's on point. Second matchup of the night will face Eve off versus Zepha. Of course, the third matchup will probably be your favorites, as Faker from SKT takes on Fury, of course, from Samsung this season. Kind of on opposite ends of the brackets. SKT up there tied for second place, whereas Samsung all alone at the bottom. We'll see if maybe the 1v1 scores are, going to place them up at the top. Although versus Faker, it will be a very, very difficult matchup. Of course, that is only our third matchup of the night. We've got 4 great matches coming your way, but by far, the one that I'm looking forward to the most, it's Faker versus Fury. Our last matchup of the night will be Winged versus Cain. And while you guys may not have seen Winged for a while, he's been spending his time over in Brazil. He was one of, if not the best jungler Brazil has ever seen in their competitive scene. And of course, now back in Korea on the Jin Air Green Wings. He is a sub, so he hasn't actually played yet this season, but it's exciting to see Winged, a player who was so adept at conquering the Brazilian scene, come back over to Korea, see what he has to offer versus Cain. Of course, Cain for NaJin EM Fire, one of the teams at the very top of the standings, and we'll have to see how well the team play ratings actually transfer over into the 1v1s, because you'll see a lot of KDA competition between both of these players. And let's go ahead and get into our first matchup of the night. We're going to skip out on the pick and ban phase, but you can see the bans out there on your screen. Actually missed the ban there for Bang, so I'm not sure exactly why he left that open. But as far as the bans are concerned, if you're new to 1v1 tournaments, you're going to see slightly different bans than you would see in 5v5s. A lot of AD carry bans, specifically Caitlyn and Lucian, should be banned a lot. Varus and Kalista, as far as AD carries, maybe next in line. After those two, it's what you're going to be looking for. But the Nunu ban, we've seen a lot of Nunu. However, there was a great series in which Duke actually used Lysandra to pick up a very impressive win. Perfect Knight usage, the whole 9 yards versus Nunu yesterday. So Nunu not quite as godlike as you'd expect. And in this matchup, it's going to be ganked by Mom playing Lulu, a champion that a lot of people have given a lot of flack to, specifically from games like EU, LCS. Not a big fan of the Lulu mids. However, when it comes down to Korea, it doesn't get much better than ganked by Mom's Lulu, and he'll be playing this up against Bang, who will be playing Azir today. And now, Azir, a champion that we've seen have a lot of difficulty, actually, in the 1v1 matchups, just due to his dependence on mana and his inability to push the wave early. Some AD carries have actually been able to push him underneath his turret, keep the pressure on, and really just make him have a difficult time. So in the 1v1 matchup, of course, I'd give a slight advantage maybe to GBM just based on champion familiarity, because keep in mind, Bang is an AD carry player, and to be honest, I actually thought AD carry players would have a slight advantage in this 1v1 tournament, just because you see a lot more AD carries being played, things like Caitlyn, things like Lucian very early on to shove the wave in and win that more passive route to victory through just getting 100 CS, and of course, in the Solo King, you need also a 10 CS advantage over your opponent once you do hit 100 CS, just to make sure it's not just decided based on one CS that dies more quickly than the other. So I'm excited to get this game underway. It's our first game of the night. Jin Air is ganked by Mom versus SK Telecom's Bang. And of course, if you're going based on the head-to-head matchup between the Jin Air Green Wings and SK Telecom T1, it's actually 1-0 in the Jin Air Green Wings' favors. So excited to see that's actually out there because, well, it's a whole lot of losses versus SKT. And of course, the 1-0 there for Jin Air Green Wings equaled only by CJ Antes. We're going to go ahead and get into game number 1 coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 Korean tournament here, of course, brought to you by Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite players, teams, champions from this season of Champions. Of course, 1v1 tournament to decide who will be the Solo King. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I hope you guys are here to enjoy some of the finest 1v1 action this side of Korea, featuring Ganked by Mom taking on Bang. Now, GBM coming out on one of the champions that we've seen have, kind of mixed results when it's come to professional competitive play in major leagues across the world. Either it does incredibly well, we'll never forget Coco's performance on Lulu. Spawning 2 Sand Soldiers, just a dance-off. Bang definitely winning the 1v1 as far as dance is concerned, because he's got Sand Soldiers. That makes it a 3v1. That's just not fair. Bang, apparently also a pigeon here. Emperor of the Birds as well. Gonna be a little bit BM and draw first blood there on GBM by throwing down a quick auto attack. But let's go ahead and talk about exactly some of the strategies that we can expect to see. Okay, Bang, I'm not sure why you tanked up a turret shot there. Oh, he's waiting for GBM to go back to base, and he actually used a rise on the turret to get a little bit of extra turret damage. So if he goes for victory by that turret destruction win condition, well, he's got a little bit of an earlier start to it. Now, Bang is actually forced to heal up in base, but that's not actually a disadvantage. You'll see both mid laners start in base just so that with this Crystalline Flask sustain base start, you're going to get 1 extra potion if you wait for 10 gold in base, because you have that 25 gold left over after that bypath. Now, as far as this 1v1 is going to go, I got to talk about a couple of things. It's going to be about wave management early on, but also when you start the lane with all these sustain items, the only reason that you do this over, say, starting with a Doran's Ring or Doran's Blade if you're an AD champion, is so that you can have so much sustain that you can out-sustain the damage that your opponent's going to do to you, and then have overall more cost effectiveness by going back to base, refilling your crystalline flask for free. That's why you'll see teleports on both champions. We have seen some success in running just Flash Ignite or Flash Exhaust, some aggressive summoner spells without teleport, but by and large, if you don't bring teleport, you're just going to lose to an item disadvantage when the other guy goes back to base and then teleports right back into lane. So you're going to see primarily usage of teleports for one summoner spell, and either a defensive barrier like you see on Gank by Mom, a summoner heal, which you'll see in some situations because you don't usually have to worry about Ignite. Some situations you do see the Ignite, but it's going to be a flash here for Bang. You can see Gank by Mom actually dropping down very, very low, but gotta keep an eye on that CS. Only one CS difference between these two players, and honestly, when it comes to CSing, mid and AD carry are going to be your primary lanes where you see those numbers get extremely high. You have players like, I think we just had a new record set for CS. Can't remember exactly who did it. I think it was an LPL record set for most CS in a professional competitive game. Somewhere upwards of 700. I was just like, how do you even spawn that many minions on the map? It's not something you're going to see in a 1v1. Games tend to end around 100 CS if it is the CS victory, but as far as for right now, very even as far as CS is concerned between both of these players. Small slight advantage here for Bang, as he will be able to close out these CS, backing off towards his turret. Now, we saw Gank by Mom actually drop a little bit lower in the HP, but what's really going to be defining of this matchup are the mana bars. You see very low mana for Gank by Mom and Bang, but Bang will have a slight advantage in the mana, just because he has chosen to spec into the utility tree instead of going for that full 9 points in defense. And for Bang specifically, having this Azir means that as soon as he's able to head back to base and buy his first few Doran's rings, that's going to give him not only a little bit of extra ability power, some extra mana regeneration, both passive and active from killing monsters, and minions, I guess, of course. But it's also going to give him attack speed, so that's going to make his Sand Soldiers that much more effective. And for Lulu, really, I guess the passive is just picks, so he gets some slightly empowered auto attacks, and you can already see those auto attacks, glitter lances, just shoving this wave in, but hasn't actually been all that effective, or as effective as we've seen players be versus Azirs. Although traditionally we see AD carries run in this matchup versus Azir to shove the wave batch up very early on, but GBM positioning very, very aggressively. Gonna throw down that barrier auto attack flash underneath turret, and it's Bang. It's gonna go down. It's ganked by Mom. With the game 1 victory over Bang. You're going to get a quick instant replay coming your way. And GBM, you can already see Bang walking around that tiny little ledge, means he's not going to be able to make it back to his turret in time. There's a barrier just to make sure there's no all-in, no mana, no health. And the last auto attack follows Bang underneath his turret. A late flash back to the turret means ganked by Mom will be your game 1 winner in this best of 3 matchup versus Bang. Be having a little bit of analysis on that game, but first I want to introduce you to me. I've split myself in 3 different personalities. Of course, we've got the stalwart red and blue tie, Rapid on the left as you're looking at the screen. The dapper as usual. I gotta hand it to myself for picking out a matching suit. Of course, we've embodied my beauty in the mid lane, so gotta give a shout out to the Korean commentators from Inven. Sent them a quick note on Inven, so hopefully they know that there's a lot of people that do appreciate their casting. Hopefully you guys are interested in the English casting. Of course, that's why you're watching here on Azubu TV/Azubu. Somewhat redundant, but just trying to get the point home. The Solo King here on Azubu TV. It's a pretty awesome tournament, at least it has been so far. Especially yesterday, Duke had some of the most impressive 1v1 matchups in his initial round. He played, I believe, Duke played versus Captain Jack in the first round. Wound up winning 2-1, and if you haven't caught the matchups from the Solo King before, make sure to head back and watch at least that one. But there's been a lot of great 1v1s. Of course, we've got a lot of good ones coming here tonight. Should be gearing up for game number 2 between Gank by Mom and Bang. We'll be having that coming your way as well as Eve versus Zepha, Fury versus Faker, and Cain versus Wing to round out the night. So as far as this matchup is concerned, we actually got some additional insight from the rest of our experts. And for GBM versus Bang, we asked OGN writer Chex for his expert opinion. And to quote, he said, GBM is on a roll in LCK, destroying his opponents in every game and making big plays. But can he do the same on champions which aren't necessarily normally seen in the mid lane? His biggest weakness was always his small champion pool, so Chex thinks that Bang's got this. Ganked by Mom was once actually a very serious contender for the best Orianna mid lane, but we haven't actually seen an Orianna mid just yet this tournament, so be interesting to see if Orianna comes out here for GBM. Always a great champion if you're looking to win the CS game as far as your victory condition, but as Lulu was good enough to win at game number 1, and you're actually seeing Bang now ban Azir versus Ganked by Mom, so not willing to let that champion go through. GBM switching over to the blue side, he'll actually have the ability to first pick his champion, but does make him vulnerable to counterpick here by Bang. And we've actually, after the first day of matches, which was primarily 2-0s, we've seen a lot more 2-1s, and to be fair, we had quite a few comebacks yesterday. So do want to make sure that you guys recognize best of 3 format, winning one game, even though it's a 1v1, takes more than just one game to advance on through the bracket. Of course, last ban here on Morgana, gonna keep the ability to shove the wave sustain up very, very strong. Keep that away from being picked. Last ban comes Bang's way, and this should be a Caitlyn ban. If you leave Caitlyn up, then you have only yourself to blame for losing the matchup. Caitlyn, one of the strongest 1v1 champions that's out there, and it's actually an Ahri ban, so GBM might just have the opportunity to lock in a Caitlyn. However, like Chex was pointing out earlier, the limited champion pool may be a little bit of an issue for GBM. However, after thinking about Xerath, of course we all know how much SK Telecom loved to first pick Xerath, but Jin Air Green Wing is going to lock in a Caitlyn. Of course, it's Ganked by Mom. Traditionally, they're mid laner, however, playing an AD carry here, and that's actually why I thought Bang would have an advantage in the 1v1 matchup, just because he is traditionally more familiar on AD carries. Maybe a mid laner is more familiar with things like Ezreal, but when it comes to AD carries, you can't discount the skill that comes with having so many games on them, playing them in a competitive setting. And now it's Bang on most likely going to be Lucian. Might see a Graves here, but should be Lucian. The ability to shove the wave with Piercing Light versus Piltover Peacemaker is somewhat comparable, and headshots don't come quite as quickly as Lightslinger passives do for Lucian. So 1v1, as far as actual fighting the other champion, it's probably going to go to Lucian if he can get back in range. But when it comes to just killing minions and harassing at 650 auto attack range, Caitlyn has kind of got it down. So Ganked by Mom kind of picking the Titan of the 1v1 matchups in Caitlyn. We'll see what summoner spells he uses once we finally finish up and load into the game here. Now, for Bang, it actually represents a little bit more of a skill matchup, because he will have to play overall more aggressively than Caitlyn will to really accomplish the same thing. However, playing aggressively is highly rewarded, just thanks to the Lightslinger passive, and might see a Doran's Blade start actually from Bang. I would expect to see Flask from Ganked by Mom, just because it gives you the ability, it gives you a higher mana sustain, and you want to be able to spam out those Piltover Peacemakers at extremely long range. And while you kind of want to do the same thing on Lucian, the early game pressure that Lucian can put on is actually something that can out-sustain a lot of Flask starts from AD carry. But let's go ahead and get a quick look at the runes and mastery setups for both of these players as they focus on loading into the game. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of extra insight on exactly how they're speccing their champions by checking out the runes and masteries. Of course, we'll have those up on your stream in just a second. But GBM, AD carry chosen for him, and while we talked about his somewhat smaller champion pool before, it's kind of, anything goes here in the 1v1 matchup, so no champions are off limits. You can go with whatever you want. And as far as the Caitlyn matchup goes, you might actually see a 21-0-9 start from him in Masteries, but let's go ahead and check out his runes. You can see 14% attack speed, 9 armor. You have some extra, I believe that's 12 flat magic resistance with armor penetration. If you look at the Masteries, coming your way. Like I said, should see a 21-6-3 mastery page if they do want to show us that. And that's exactly what it is. 21-6-3. The 3 extra points in mana regeneration, very, very crucial for mana users, specifically AD carries who want to use their Piltover Peacemakers and Piercing Lights respectively to just shove the wave incredibly quickly, go for that high CS gameplay rather than looking for some crazy all-ins in the 1v1. And that is actually something that we could see happen maybe a little bit later on from Bang. But at least when it comes to the 1v1 matchup, you're probably going to see similar rune pages for both carries. Now, putting a point in Warlord there for GBM, somewhat controversial. You don't get all that much attack damage, so 2% extra isn't actually a big deal. But let's go ahead and see what Bang has brought. You can see 12% attack speed, with some extra focus on slightly more attack damage, and then splitting up, I believe, armor and HP there. Maybe a little bit different, but for Bang's rune page, he's gone ahead and put points in spell weaving, blade weaving, and here's the interesting thing: he's put points in attack speed, a stacking attack speed buff when you get a critical strike. So I don't think that was actually crit strike in his runes, but still a questionable mastery point to pick up at best, because you're not really going to be critting a lot in the 1v1 matchup. And of course he went with 9 points in defense instead of the additional 3 points in utility to get that extra mana regeneration. So overall going to be a little bit stronger defensively, but that's going to do it for our runes and masteries analysis for our second game in this first best of 3 series. It's Ganked by Mom versus Bang, and of course we'll have that 1v1 matchup coming up for you guys in just a minute. Once again, this is the Solo King 1v1 tournament here, broadcast to you on Azubu TV, and do want to thank them for bringing such amazing 1v1 action coming your way. So it looks like we should be loading in here into the game any second now. And by any second now, I do mean any second. So it could be a little bit later on, but with emphatic gestures from our host, let's go ahead and prepare for Ganked by Mom versus Bang. First best of 3 of the night. Let's go ahead and get into game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament broadcast here on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite Korean superstars from this season of Champions, your favorite players, teams, and our first best of 3 of the night between Ganked by Mom in the blue, of course, swapping sides here, versus Bang in the red. Now on Invent, they took a poll, and it's actually a 60-40 split, 59% in favor of Ganked by Mom versus just 41% for Bang. And voting against SK Telecom, probably never a great idea, but as far as the 1v1 matchup goes, I would have actually voted for Bang as well, just because he has overall a little bit more proficiency on AD carries, and you do tend to see more AD carries picked in the 1v1 matchup due to their ease of CSing, ability to play safe in lane, and overall just easier way of winning via the CS win condition rather than being forced to 1v1 your actual opponent, which can be a little bit iffy. But in this matchup versus Ganked by Mom, a little bit of an oversight in the ban phase leaves Kaylin available, and as almost the undisputed king of the mid lane, or I guess queen in Caitlyn's case, you really can't leave that champion open all that much. Now, Lucian kind of in the same situation, a very, very strong AD carry to run mid lane, but versus Ganked by Mom, we've already seen him go up 1 game off of his Lulu play. We'll see if his Caitlyn is up to snuff versus the guy that not only plays, but plays against Caitlyn's all the time. Bang in the mid lane is Lucian, and like we saw earlier on, the ability to start with a Crystalline Flask gives you an extra potion, so that will actually mean that Ganked by Mom spend a little bit more time in base waiting for that extra 10 gold for the extra potion, and while she'll come into lane a little bit, with a little bit more sustain, with Bang, he's already got the advantage by shoving the wave, even hit with that Piercing Light for some early damage on Ganked by Mom, and while sustain will be able to heal that off eventually, getting this wave shoving into turret is actually going to be a big deal here for Bang, because when you start Crystalline Flask, it makes it a little bit more difficult to last it under turret as some attack damage ratings. And you can already see Bang, just with that damage advantage off the Doran's blade, having a little bit of a better time. Now, what Bang will have to watch out for is his mana usage. There is an incredible amount of mana sustain for GBM. He's not only picked up the 3 points in utility and masteries to have more mana regen there, but he also has the Crystalline Flask, which is going to give him a lot of extra mana, versus Bang, who has no points in utility, no regeneration from his consumables, and is just going to have the overall stat effectiveness of that Doran's Blade start. See if he can put on enough advantage, or enough aggression to push Ganked by Mom back to base early. Now, you're going to see teleports run on both sides as far as summoner spells are concerned, but with a barrier for Bang versus summoner heal for Ganked by Mom, I agree with the barrier versus Caitlyn, just based on ace in the hole, so you can hit your barrier, block the ace in the hole when you know it's coming. It's a very effective way to negate Caitlyn's ultimate, but for summoner heal, it's actually a better pickup for Caitlyn versus Lucian, because it also gives you that small amount of movement speed. You don't have room to bring flash, because you do need a defensive summoner spell. So I really like the summoner heal because it gives you the movement speed that you'll need to maneuver out of Lucian's ult so you don't take full damage from the culling. As far as the 1v1 matchup goes so far, you can see overall more damage being done champion-wise there for Bang, but GBM really getting a lot of value off of all of this mana sustain. He's already run through all of his potions, though. Same situation there for Bang. I mean, he only started out with one, but it's still significant to note the lack of sustain after only 4 minutes into the game. Bang is going to go back to base, and we should see him pick up a second Doran's Blade and then additional potions, unless he wants to go the longsword route. But no, just going to settle for a second Doran's Blade, come back into lane. Ganked by Mom going back, and this will represent... Oh, he actually got back to turret just in time to not miss any CS. See if he is able to pick up all of the CS at turret. He's 100% so far, and with a piercing light should be... Oh, okay, he misses one. Perfect CS, the dream, not going to be realized here for Bang. DP back from base here for GBM, and he actually was not able to stay in lane long enough to get a comparable amount of Doran's items, so this is actually a pretty big deal. Unless GBM can sustain in lane long enough to even up that Doran's Blade advantage later on, he's really going to be hard-pressed being down an entire Doran's item now that Bang has been able to go back to base and pick up enough consumables to kind of even out the disadvantage he was at previously, being only 1 health potion versus a Crystalline Flask and 4. For at least right now, Bang going to be pushing his early aggression advantage just thanks to that double Doran's advantage. And while he does have to watch out for sustain and, you know, needing to keep the pressure on to, you know, keep that sustain as limited as possible, he's going to run out of mana relatively quickly. Keep in mind, some of the most recent nerfs to Lucian actually made his Relentless Pursuit cost mana at early ranks, and it becomes, you know, manaless later on, but it's still going to be an ability that you can't just spam out for those free Light Slinger procs like you used to be able to on pre-nerf Lucian. And I think, you know, all of us can revel in the fact that we have a more balanced Lucian to play against, but as far as Caitlyn here, GBM taking a lot of harass, but just taking a look at the CS, still almost identical. I think Ganked by Mom is actually down 1 creep score, which is not going to be enough to win him the game versus Bang, but at this rate, just given the amount of you know, item effectiveness that Bang has in those double longswords. Oh, Summoner spell used there. Summoner heal as well there for GBM. Now, Bang should lose this 1v1, does use a Relentless Pursuit to get away from that Piltover Peacemaker, but 3 CS short on his wave clear, is going to be forced to tank up a few minion auto attacks while he draws them into turret to help with the easy last hitting. Now, as far as sustain goes, we were talking about the advantage that Caitlyn would have, not only just because her harass is overall maybe a little bit stronger if you don't punish her by using your skills and positioning to go a little bit more aggressive, but for GBM specifically, while he may not be able to win the 1v1 versus champions, Caitlyn's always been a little bit better, at least as far as the 1v1s go, versus the minions that come her way. So the extra sustain helps her stay in lane, and really combining with this Doran's Blade, may not be able to fight the enemy carry 1v1, but what she will be able to do is have the extra AD, and sustain, of course, from the lifesteal that Doran's Blade supplies, to be able to not only kill the minion wave, but out-sustain even double Doran's damage the Bang is putting out. And while he is 1 to 2 CS up, have yet to see really the early aggression that, you know, it lends us to try to think maybe he's not looking to win the 1v1 versus champion. Might just be looking for the CS win condition. Now, Ace in the Hole going to be used again there onto Bang. This time, there's no barrier. The culling being used, but primarily just to clear out the creep wave. And keep in mind, neither AD carry has teleport left available. And look at Gank by Mom, what he just did there. He pushed up through the wave, realized that Bang was out of mana, so he didn't have to worry about getting turned around on with Lightslinger procs. Couldn't really cast any spells. And GBM, even though he was forced to tank up that creep wave a little bit, recognized that he had actually a little bit of sustain, so it wouldn't have been the biggest downside. Now, Bang has about 5 to 10 seconds left on his teleport, so he is, actually going to be forced to walk all the way back in the lane. That will mean that he will miss a total of like 3 to 4 CS, which is a pretty hefty price when kind of everything matters. Ardent Blaze just in time, but see if Bang is in time to be able to CS all of these creeps effectively, and he will get every single one of them. But still, with this Doran's Blade advantage, is this what will be the turning point? Gank by Mom, of course, up 1 CS right now, but the lane shoving in here for Bang. He'll actually go ahead and take out both of those Caitlyn traps, take a little bit of damage, but at the same time, he'll be able to heal most of that back out. This is not AP Caitlyn by any means, so those cupcake traps, while alluring and delicious, are not quite going to be, the most damage represented there. Caitlyn trick already by GBM, recognizing, hey, I've got more mana, so I can try for little tricks like that. Now, Bang actually, with no teleport as well, that's his 3rd ace in the hole total, was able to block the first one out with a barrier, but kind of wishes he had that summoner spell right now. Gonna go aggressive here onto GBM, has minions pushing in along with him, so GBM should not be able to just fight the 1v1, but you actually see a headshot proc land onto Bang. GBM sacrificed the CS for it, but was able to pick up the rest of them with a Piltover Peacemaker, so this is a pretty good spot to be in if you're GBM, and with a missed Piltover, that means the Bang could opt to go aggressive here, but needs to watch out for stepping in those cupcakes, would mean almost certain demise if he does step into those. And while he's able to trade out with Lightslinger passive, you can just see how effective this 650 range auto attack harass is for GBM. It's pretty difficult to deal with, not only just because Bang's auto attack range is just a little bit shorter on his champion, but because for GBM, he really has the easier job last hitting in general. You're going to see him hit 1, if not, nope, gives 1 up. Tilt over to land there onto Bang, and another big way to gain an advantage in this 1v1 is to use your Lightslinger or Piltover, whatever wave clear mechanic you have as far as your skills are concerned, to clear the wave more quickly than the other. However, in this AD carry matchup, I think it's going to start to become rapidly, no pun intended, the situation that's going to unfold is just a race to who can get 100 minions. We're going to see 3 CS away. That's going to be 2 CS now, 1 CS, and there is Ganked by Mom with 100 CS. Alright, so Bang is down in total about 4 CS, or about 1 CS. If he's able to get both of those, oh, he actually missed the cannon minion, missed another one. He's going to miss 3 CS underneath turret, and this is actually terrible. He's going to be down in CS, and he's actually going back to base. I think he's just giving up the game here, recognizing that he won't be able to fight GBM, who has overall more HP, and we're about to see the 10 CS differential. Oh no, it's only 9. It's going to be a recall back to base by GBM with a 9 CS advantage. So this means that there is actually an opportunity here for Bang to be able to win the game. He's evened it up to around a 4 CS differential right now, and well, GBM will be looking to come back into lane, but can Bang get enough of a CS advantage coming back his way? He's going to be able to shove this wave into turret. Has a 2 CS advantage right now, but of course it's going to be on GBM to last it here effectively enough. And I think Bang actually, if you deny CS at this point, it's more effective than losing trades. I mean, GBM with a pickaxe actually picked up. Quite literally picked up. In the inventory, 4 CS advantage is going to stay in here. If Bang can both keep his CS coming in, as well as put this advantage on GBM, this actually could be a big way to win the game. Now, of course, pickaxe and 4 CS means that GBM theoretically should not be able to win this 1v1. Ace in the hole is channel. There's the culling hitting on a GBM behind the turret. One last auto attack would be enough to win, but Bang wins the all-in in the 1v1, and of course, no teleport available here for GBM. How is he going to come back in this? He's gonna hit a, oh, nice pilt over Peacemaker to clear out the wave. Oh my god, that piercing light almost won Bang the game. But when it comes to CS winning, GBM has to get the CS at turret. Piltover is going to actually make 1 to 2 of them unable to be killed. And Bang going back behind the turret. You can see GBM kind of just giving things up here. The turret's actually going to fall. Could this be Bang's win condition? He's going to get the Piltover, or the Piltover coming his way. But it's actually just those Light Slinger auto attacks from Bang to take down the turret and win game number 2 versus Ganked by Mom. Game number 2, the comeback is real. GBM with a victory on Lulu, a champion that you could kind of expect him to be playing, versus Bang, a guy that you'd expect to have great mechanics on AD carries, and in fact, in the 1v1 matchup, ADC versus ADC, Bang does come out on top. Versus GBM's Caitlyn, and beating a Caitlyn, not something a whole lot of players can say, especially in the 1v1 tournament, just because she is so difficult to deal with, and especially on Lucian, a champion that overall requires a little bit more aggression to be able to play, to be able to win his matchup versus a Caitlyn. Nice to see Bang coming out, landing that perfect culling there towards the end. Pushed GBM away from his turret, took it down, and won game number 2. Now, game 3 coming up will be blind pick, which means it'll take a little bit longer to set up, but at the same time, it's going to be extremely exciting to see what these players pick. Does GBM just go with whatever mage he wants? Of course, we talked about how strong an Orianna player he was back in the day, and of course, still good on that champion, but has diversified his champion pool maybe just a little bit. But for Bang, he's sitting in a great spot right now. He's got the momentum boost from having won game number 2. And coming in here to game 3, it's a blind pick, so he doesn't have to worry about his champion pool being limited at all. And honestly, when it comes to an AD carry champion pool, maybe he just goes with something like a Caitlyn, like a Lucian, 2 of the stronger 1v1 champions right now, or might go for a little bit of a counter matchup by picking something like Annie and Nunu. Both have very strong matchups versus a lot of AD carries. So it'll be interesting to see which player goes with what. Keep in mind, they will not be able to see each other's champions until they load into the game. It is going to be a blind pick coming up, and I thought blind pick best of 5s were a great option to see, but blind pick 1v1s can yield some crazy outcomes. We've already seen not 1 but 2 Lee Sin blind picks for the blindest of picks, and let's go ahead and get into our second match of the night, our third match of the night actually. In our first best of 3, it's Ganked by Mom versus Bang, and in the 1v1, no AD carries picked here. It's going to be Lissandra for Bang versus Ganked by Mom's Azir. And this is actually a matchup that we've seen top lane quite a few times, not necessarily in the 1v1 matchup, but just professionally, competitively around the world. Top lane Azir, when you can get Azir, is an okay place to put it. And of course, it doesn't get much better than Lissandra. However, I thought it was locked in, but it does appear as if both players are still changing their champions. I would still expect to see GBM go with Azir. It's a champion that he's very, very strong with individually, and even though it may not win every single 1v1 matchup on paper, it's still a very strong champion for him to go with. Great zoning potential. Especially if you get an advantage, it's really easy to push it in. Both the advantage and the wave into the turret, if you get the idea. But Bang, as an AD carry player, is just going to go straight for the Caitlyn, and keep in mind, with blind picks, we have the possibility for mirror matches. We haven't seen one of those just yet. The Solo King likes to, I guess, keep it a little bit diverse as far as the champions are concerned, but now it's going to be Caitlyn versus Azir. And we already talked about how much of a difficulty Azir has very early on at, champions that can push very, very quickly into his turret. Of course, while he will be able to respawn a turret with his passive, that doesn't actually help you at all, because of course, once you take down a turret, you kind of win the game. We'll be taking a look at player runes and masteries here coming up in just a second, but overall, I actually really like Bang's choice to just stick with the Caitlyn, go with what he knows is a very, very strong champion in the 1v1, and for Azir, I think that's going to take a little bit more work by Ganked by Mom, just to have enough sustained both by both mana and HP to be able to shove the wave enough to keep up with Caitlyn, who's kind of the king at wave clear. You got Piltover Peacemaker into just 650 range auto attacks. It's not a lot of champions that can do that. And while champions rather like Graves, had the pleasure of seeing professionally played a little bit early on tonight. The big difference, of course, is just going to be how quickly you can either kill the minions and, of course, switch up your priorities into harassing the duo lane, or at least whichever lane is brought up to you. And at least in this case, it's going to be a 1v1, so you don't have to worry about lane swaps. You don't have to worry about jungle ganks. The world is your proverbial oyster. Of course, big fan of both oysters and these runes and masteries coming out. So these are not necessarily always correct. You can see exactly the same rune page. So I think we're actually going to switch to the page he's running on live. This is, I believe that is 14% attack speed, 9 armor, 12 magic resistance, and 8.5, I believe that is armor penetration. So I'm not sure if that is actually the rune page that GBM is running, but as far as his masteries are concerned, still exactly the same situation, or at least these are, I believe, the same runes as last time as well. Runes and mastery is not always completely accurate, but at least for this setup, that's 2163, and we already talked about how that was the more sustain-heavy pick because you get those 3 extra points in on... excuse me. On your opponent. So, at least for the time being, we're going to switch things over and check out Bang's masteries. Same situation as we saw last game, so I'm not sure if this have actually changed over. 2190, a fairly safe way to play. And I would expect at least one of these rune sets to be wrong, given that, of course, Azir typically doesn't use physical damage in his runes. But 2190, no mana to be picked up there. And that's going to do it for our blind pick game number 3 to decide which player will advance in their group. It's Ganked by Mom versus Bang. Or I like to call this matchup Banked by Mom. It's going to be epic for sure. And of course, we'll decide which player will advance to face off against, I believe, the winner of Eve versus Zepha. So let's go ahead and get into our deciding game number 3. Alright, getting into game number 3. Blind pick, Ganked by Mom versus Bang. 1 win apiece, and of course now Azir taking on Bang's Caitlyn. And we already talked about how Caitlyn, kind of the king of the 1v1 matchups, at least so far in the Solo King. Champion that we haven't seen draw too many losses, but of course being given a loss, Bang will take that champion away from GBM and kind of show him how it's done. Of course, a little bit of a different situation here versus Azir. You can see Bang not afraid at all at just walking forward, auto-attacking GBM down. He's going to take him down below half HP. I think Bang is fairly confident in winning this 1v1 matchup. He's even taking a couple of turret shots just to dish out extra damage to turret GBM. If he flashes in on here, of course, that would be really remarkable considering that he doesn't actually have that summoner spell. Every time I look over towards the side, I see our spectators, Chuds and Shu, and they both have flash, so I'm like, oh, he somehow managed to bring flash, heal, and teleport. But no Dr. Terribles in this game. I think that was Dr. Terrible that had all the summoner spell shenanigans going on. But either way, it was actually, it's going to be heal for both players, and I would expect actually a barrier for GBM. It's a great way to avoid ace in the hole damage. Summoner heal doesn't give you quite as much sustain as barrier, but it's a lot easier to bait out barriers. In fact, we actually saw that a lot yesterday. When it came down to it, using barrier early is something that your opponents will try to bait out and then just stop dealing damage to you, which I guess is okay as far as a strategy if you want to just stop dealing damage to somebody. But at the same time, once barrier wears off, you just take you have no more sustain after that. Summoner heal gives you that health, and you'll keep it as long as you're not under the effects of Ignite, which shouldn't really be a factor this game, given the presence of Teleport, rendering Ignite somewhat of an unheard of summoner spell now. I'm interested in seeing exactly how this last inning goes underneath turret for GBM, because survey says it is going to suck. With Bang's ability to both harass underneath turret with 650 auto attack range, the mana disadvantage that GBM is going to have at summoning Sand Soldiers, while he does have a small sustained advantage as far as mana is concerned with that pickup on a mana potion early on, Bang's primarily just going to be auto attacking, which, unlike Freedom, is actually going to be free. Bang, unfortunately, walking into Sand Soldier auto attack range a couple of times. It's a headshot onto Ganked by Mom, so that's what you're going to want to see from Bang. Just auto attacking as much as he can to shove the wave in and walking forward for those headshot procs. Now, great job by Ganked by Mom to be able to dish out a lot of harass, but at the same time, he's going to have to watch out for this minion wave. If he gets this minion wave shoved underneath turret too many times, that could kind of spell disaster. Bang dropping down very low in HP, but I don't think he's going to be too worried about this, just because he does have so much sustain in his inventory. And of course, he's using his actual flat health potions right now because he dropped a little bit lower in HP, but he should be using Crystalline Flash charges a little bit later on. GBM, unfortunately, almost out of mana, and Bang seems to have sustained through, at least weathered most of this storm. GBM going to miss one of those CS underneath turret, and currently a 3 CS advantage here for Bang. Piltover Peacemakers continuing to land, but now we're going to see GBM get a little bit of extra mana back here, starting his Crystalline Flash charges coming out, but mana will be the big limiting factor here. Bang continuing to hit those Piltover Peacemakers too, even though he's maybe a little bit more limited on mana overall. His damage comes from just auto attacking. Of course, GBM's going to come from a little bit of auto-attacking of his own. The only problem is once he runs out of mana, he doesn't actually have any way to get it back. If you start with the Doran's Ring, at least you have the ability to gain mana back by just being really good at CS, which theoretically you would already be if you're in a 1v1 tournament. Every single CS matters, and GBM, I think, is actually going to try to prioritize shoving this wave out, but look at Bang just getting continual auto attacks down. It's so difficult to deal with. GBM finally dodging that Piltover Peacemaker, but at the end of the day, no mana mean a lot of problems here. And of course, Bang may be a little bit lower on HP, but is not going to have to worry about being low on HP when he doesn't have to worry about actually taking damage. GBM forced to last it under his turret, something that fortunately will just not be possible with those minions coming in. It's just the most unfortunate differential. Now, I think for GBM, what he's going to attempt is to go back to base, buy 1 or possibly 2 Doran's Rings, come back into lane and go for an all-in on a Bang, because he just gave up almost 10 CS by being forced to go back to base, heal, buy his double Doran's Ring, and then come back into lane. Now, he actually wound up giving only away like 3 to 5 CS. I didn't completely count that, but 26 versus 45, a 9 CS differential here at 5.5 minutes is not where you want to find yourself in the deciding game in this best of 3 series. So keep in mind with teleports, yeah, now going to be used for both players. Will we see a CS victory, or will it be decided here now that Ganked by Mom has got his 2 Doran's Rings versus the of course 2 Doran's Blades for Bang. No CDR, unfortunately, in a lot of this build for GBM, whereas you'd see a lot of Azir's build up into things like Morellonomicon, maybe a Chalice of Harmony in some matchups, of course not versus AD here, but with the inability to buy any blatant CDR items, it's just going to have to rely on the ability power from Doran's Rings to combo with his passive to supply him with a little bit of extra attack speed. Bang taken down dangerously though, and at this point GBM might actually have a win condition if he's able to get just far enough in range. Bang can't actually get near this this creep wave. Now he'll be pushing it in, which is kind of the worst situation. Oh, GBM is actually going to freeze the creep wave right next to his turret. I wouldn't say right next to his turret, but just out of range. Force Bang to overextend, and as soon as GBM gets forward enough, He's going to be either able to use Summoner Heal to get behind Bang, and Bang actually going to use that Summoner Heal to get back into range, looking for the ace in the hole. Now we do not have Summoner Heal for GBM. He was forced to use that as well. But Bang continued to take a little bit of auto attack damage. Where are those Sand Soldiers? They have to keep at least one of them up and go for maybe even a second to win this trade. As far as auto attacks go, it's about a 10 CS advantage here for Bang. GBM's going to push him out of lane. Those creeps are actually going to die. Will he be able to keep Bang out of lane? Bang actually coming in with a little bit of an HP advantage. Nice dodge there, and oh look, double Sand Soldiers coming in onto Bang. He's forced to run away, and while running around the map is completely legal, you cannot kill any minions as long as you're out of there. One last auto attack from Ganked by Mom. And it's Azir that'll pick up the 1v1 victory over Bang's Caitlyn. You can see the kind of the beginning of the end here as GBM gets nice positioning onto Bang, pushes him out of that mid lane, and Bang kind of running for his life here. I don't even think he had the move speed advantage, but just one dash in there, can't net out of that auto attack. That will be Ganked by Mom, winning game number 3 and the victory over Bang. And that's going to do it for our first 1v1 of the night. We're going to have 4 best of 3s, of course, with 2 playoff best of 3s in between. But as far as our first one is concerned, Ganked by Mom with a 2-1 victory over Bang. Took game number 1, lost game 2. Of course, GBM able to pull it out there in the very end. Now, that means that Ganked by Mom will actually advance to face the winner of our next best of 3 matchup. It'll be Eve versus Zepha coming up next. But of course, before we get into that matchup, we'll be taking a quick little break in between sets. Now, here at the Solo King, if you guys have any thoughts, any predictions for tonight's matchups, make sure to head on over to Twitter and tweet at Azubu TV using the hashtag #TheSoloKing. Let us know your thoughts about tonight's matchups. If you have any OP predictions or just want to shout out your favorite player tonight, once again, hashtag #TheSoloKing on Twitter. Let us know how you feel. Gearing up for our second best of 3 of the night, Eve versus Zepha. Will be coming your way, of course, a battle between Samsung and NaJin EM Fire. We've seen that matchup and a whole lot more coming your way when the Solo King returns right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite players and teams from the season of Champions. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I do want to welcome you back to our second best of 3 matchup of the day. It's Eve versus Zepha here, battle between Samsung and NaJin EM Fire. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, maybe a little bit more even than our previous series, which, to be fair, was actually pretty even itself. And when we asked our analysts, or at least the OGN writer checks, he had the following to say about this matchup. While Eve at least has some interesting plays in the preseason, he flopped so far in LCK. While he may be mechanically gifted with a big losing streak in LCK, his morale should actually be pretty low. Jex's impressions from Zepha aren't that great either, so it'll be probably the weakest matchup. So it'll be interesting to see Zepha versus Eve. Who comes out on top? We'll get some more stats for you coming that way. But as far as picks and bans are concerned, we're going to hop right into things. So as far as bans, you can see 380 carry bans versus Zepha. I don't think there's any surprises there, but versus Eve, you're going to see the Jarvan ban, so maybe saying, hey, look, you're a little bit more familiar, the jungle champions there, Jarvan, and now a Jarvan ban, but Pantheon picked, so that's actually going to be really interesting. Of course, the other bans we didn't mention were a Lissandra and Annie ban, respectively. Kalista, the pickup here for Zepha, an 80 carry still, so you can only ban out so many 80 carries versus an 80 carry, and with a Kalista pick, Kalista may not seem initially like the strongest champion to pick in a 1v1 because you actually get only 2 out of your 4 spells. So think about it this way: you don't get your Banshee spell, so you don't get the additional attack damage from being in a 2v2 lane, or you don't get the additional bonus damage from being in a 2v2 lane, because you can't actually soul bond to anyone. You can soul bond to one of the spectators who are sitting in base, that's the second champion, so you can soul bond to the spectators, but they won't actually be in lane with you, and you can't actually skill up your ultimate. I mean, you can put points into it, but you're wasting your skill because there's nobody for you to, you know, soul bond with once again. So if you play Kalista, you're primarily just using it for Pierce and Rend, and turns out that's actually pretty effective, just given the effectiveness of martial cadence, that the poise that she has as her passive. It's gonna be way too much mobility to hit with things like skill shots, and does allow you the ability to CS very effectively with, of course, Pierce and Ren transferring those stacks around. Now, you can see these stats from this season of LCK: 4.2 KDA versus just 2.6. Of course, AD versus jungle will be a little bit of a discrepancy there. But you can see Jarvan, Eve's second most played champion, was banned out, so still some bans based on the champion pool that these two players have played in LCK so far. So it'll be interesting to see which one comes out on top. Is the 2-skill wonder Lissandra, or not Lissandra, Kalista, going to win out? We're going to go ahead and get into our first game of this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, champions, and teams from Champions. Here featuring Zepha versus Eve, a battle between Samsung and NaJin EM Fire. And while neither one of these players have stood out individually this season for their 1v1 potential, you can see the votes coming in from Inven down there at the bottom of your screen. It's Eve with 26%. Coming out of the jungle versus Zepha. And as far as 1v1 champions are concerned, you see more of them in the 80 carry category than you do from standard junglers. Eve going with a very good jungle champion as far as Pantheon's concerned in 1v1s. The only difference is that for Eve and Pantheon, especially when you look at the summoner spell choices, going with Flash Ignite for Eve is it's very, very volatile, because that means that you're forcing yourself into committing to an all-in So Eve's win condition will not be CSing, it will not be killing the enemy turret, it's just going to be straight up killing Zepha. So that means that if Zepha puts all of his gold, all of his resources into just plain staying alive, he's going to win eventually just off of CS and off of, you know, having that range versus melee matchup. And while Eve will be able to block out a few auto attacks and even turret shots with that Aegis' Zionia, maybe allowing him to dive a little bit more, the sustained start here from Zepha should be exactly what he needs to be able to deter any early aggression from Eve. Be interesting to see how this matchup works out as both players coming out of base. Flask starts as far as itemization for both players, but notably an extra mana potion here for Eve. So we'll see if he can convert that extra 100 mana into over 150 extra damage, because that'll be the difference as far as the early sustain was concerned. Now, we didn't actually get a chance to check out runes and masteries, but you can expect probably a 21-9-0 start for Zepha. Doesn't traditionally use a whole lot of mana. Relatively low mana cost as well, and we'll look, stacking up those spears. Won't be able to hit a pierce off of them, but should be able to, yeah, just look at that rend damage. Stacked up about 6 or 7 spears there, and Eve able to trade that back with a spear toss. And you should actually see a max on the spear toss early on if you want, and we've actually seen this from our one previous Pantheon game. You can actually choose to max your Heartseeker Strike, and that's actually more damage overall in the 1v1 all-in, but it won't be quite as much damage as far as harass is concerned early on. And so if Eve wants, he can just seed the harass, like not go for quite as much of that early on, put extra points in a Heartseeker Strike, but with level 2 actually walking forward, I think Eve might have skilled the Heartseeker Strike. I didn't actually catch what he skilled as his second ability, so we'll see if it actually is the stun, and it actually is going to close the gap here. But this martial cadence just allowing the kite backwards there from Zepha, so effective at getting that distance down, but all Eve needs is just a little bit of extra mana and might be able to go for this ignite all in. Now, health potions are ticking, and you can see Zepha playing as far back as humanly possible. Spear shots thrown out there, and a couple of CS more coming back his way. And you can already see the CS differential starting to be shown. There's the all-in. There's an instantaneous barrier. Not dishing out as much damage as he could there. One auto attack into spear. He's gonna need a spear shot to turn it down, but he actually gets rent. Is that the password, past tense of rended? I don't know. The rend able to come in there and pick up the kill. Regardless of the way you want to look at it, great job waiting out the barrier, but at the end of the day, he actually put too much distance between himself and Zepha. Zepha just able to kite perfectly between auto attacks, and right when you think it's going to take one more auto to turn it around, auto, the rend, the 400 gold, and game number 1 will go to Eve, or go to Zepha over Eve. Congratulations, game number 1 to Zepha. Kind of what you'd expect if you believe the in-ven vote. Of course, the popular vote coming into this tournament. AD carry players traditionally have a little bit of an advantage over players like junglers, who may not have quite the champion pool as far as 1v1 viable champions are concerned. And to be fair, it was one auto attack, one spear toss away there for Eve. And to be honest, what kind of won and lost Eve that matchup was, I want to say, the use of a Scrying Orb. If he had picked up Scrying Orb as his trinket item, he would have been able to use the Scrying Orb into the bush that Zepha actually kited into to get that last little extra second, and might have been able to hit a spear toss, might have been able to turn that matchup around. Of course, I'm not going to say that just a trinket completely won or lost that matchup, but still great play by Zepha. And honestly, that rend damage at the end surprised even me. He put an extra point into that on his most recent level and was able to turn that around. Just beautiful play by Zepha to be able to take down game number 1. Now, this is a best of 3 series, so still got a comeback potential from Eve. But with a very dominant game 1 performance from Zepha, he's gonna have his hands full with it. And coming into game number 2, you should be able to get picks and bans up on your screen right away, and right off the back of that, you can see a lot of AD carry bans coming in versus Zepha once again. And as far as AD carries to ban out, top of the list should be Lucian and Caitlyn. So you'll probably see a last ban Lucian here for Eve, as he looks to take away probably the top 3 AD carries. You can make a case for Varus, which we actually saw quite a few games of yesterday. I think we saw 4 games of Varus yesterday, which is fairly significant, but we talked about Lucian and how dominant he was all day yesterday, so definitely a deserving of a ban. Now, it will leave things like Kalista up, and of course we saw how effective Kalista was in our last game. Does Eve pick the Kalista to keep it away from Zepha, or go back to his original champion pool? You can see there, Jarvan and Pantheon now banned out by Zepha. And versus a jungler, Eve's champion pool is starting to get a little bit limited as far as viable 1v1 junglers. Jarvan and Pantheon, both champions that we have seen previously in the Solo King. And we'll see what he goes for. A Zed picked up here, and not a champion you see in the jungle all that much. So Eve will be diverting away from the champions you're used to seeing him play in Champions. Zepha here looking for which AD carry will he pick? Talk about the ones left out there on the field. Kalista still available, however dies pretty easily to the to the level 6 all-in. And we should see Eve going once again with the Flash Ignite Summoner spells, so won't be able to teleport around, or at least back from base to a turret. Sivir wouldn't have been a bad choice into this matchup if you're talking about AD carries, but traditionally you need something that can get out of Zed's range. Ezreal, actually a really safe pick here versus Zed. Able to Arcane Shift after the Death Mark is applied, or just Arcane Shift to stay back out of range of all of that. Stay super safe, because that, as an AD carry, that's kind of what you have to do versus Zed. However, locking in the Kalista, second time's the charm, or at least we'll see if it is here. Zepha locking in champion that he won game number 1 with, but Eve with a very different kind of strategy here. Still going with the assassin pick, but not a champion that I've actually seen win a game yet in the Solo King, and I've had the distinct pleasure of watching all of the matches. So with Zed, once again, you forced yourself into the 1v1. Now Zed a little bit better at CSing than Pantheon is traditionally, so might have the ability to play the CS game and get up to 100 a little bit more quickly, but at the same time you're playing that versus a Kalista who's gonna have crazy CS anyway, just given the ease that clearing creeps with Rend gives you as far as that CS control is concerned. So we're actually going to take a trip to the Runes and Masteries here in just a second and see what Zepha and Eve have as far as that's concerned. For Zepha, we should expect to see 21-9-0 start, depending on how he wants to allocate that, but pointing out that 19 flat damage, 72 health, and believe that is, wait a second, am I reading that correctly? Of course, my Korean not actually all that great, so if there are any great translators out there that can help me out with that, then definitely let me know. But as far as masteries are concerned, we're going to show them up on your screen right now. The big difference in 9-0 or 9-21-0 builds comes on whether or not you include Warlord, and most players actually don't put Warlord, giving you that percentage damage increase. Just because you don't actually have all that much attack damage for it to increase based on that percentile. So check out his masteries once again. 8.5, I believe that's armor penetration with flat AD, quintessences, and blues. So yeah, it's flat HP seals, AD, quintessences, and blues, and then armor pen for reds. And now we're gonna switch things over. See what Eve will be bringing. It's flat armor attack speed, or what Zepha is going to be bringing. Flat armor attack speed, and I believe that is damage with 1.7 mana regen per 5. At least I believe that's what that was. Now, this is actually a little bit of a different take. This is 2 points in Warlord, so look at you, an extra 1.5% damage increase, which should actually be fairly negligible as far as differences are concerned, but will prevent him from taking bonus damage from removing that point from the first tier of the offense tree. So small difference, and sometimes it is the little bit of a difference that makes the difference between winning and losing. And of course, back kind of up against the wall here, Eve. We'll see if he can pull out game number 2 here in the Solo King. We should be getting in to Game 2 coming up in just a second. In the meantime, of course, make sure to tweet at Azubu TV. Of course, use the hashtag #TheSoloKing to let us know what you thought about today's matchups, the players, even the casting, if you have some more feedback about that. But do want to thank everybody for tuning in, Solo King. Some of the best 1v1 action this side of LCK. And of course, we're all brought to you here on Azubu TV. So make sure to follow the stream. We'll let you know whenever we go live with more Solo King action. Of course, tweet at Azubu TV if you have any further comments about the stream, about the players, or some of the crazy plays. It's going to be exciting games to watch. Of course, we will be getting into our second matchup of our second game of the second best of 3 coming up. Of course, if you guys are looking for more Solo King action, then you can make sure to stay tuned, because coming up after this, it will be Fury taking on Fakers. So you don't want to miss that matchup. And of course, final matchup featuring Winged, the former Brazilian player, or at least Korean player, playing in Brazil on Pain Gaming. So you don't want to miss Winged playing in our final matchup of the night. Faker versus Fury will be coming up next, but of course, first we have to crown a victor from our first matchup. So let's go ahead and get into game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament here brought to you on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite teams, players, champions from champions. Of course, here, a matchup between Kalista and Zed, Eve versus Zepha, and Eve breaking out the Zed this time around. Not traditionally a champion that you'd expect to be in his champion pool, but look at that. I think they're highlighting the 46. I believe that is the armor stats, so a lot of additional armor coming out of Eve. 46 armor at the start, and of course he's going for a longsword start with health potions. That's about the best, the highest sustained start that you can have as a manaless champion. Of course, does deny you the opportunity to pick up a crystalline flask, so you won't have quite as much sustain. But the early advantage, and of course starting with a longsword too, really allows you a little bit more flexibility. And while you won't get the additional flat HP, which would combo well with the extra armor that we've seen Eve pick up here, will allow him to spec into a brutalizer if he decides to go back. So that'll be a big back timing for Eve. He's gone for Flash Ignite, which means that he's probably not going to win the CS battle. We've talked about how, you know, versus his Pantheon choice, Zed is a little bit better of a CSing champion, but still, if you don't pick up teleport, you're going to have to go back to base and walk all the way back to lane, or use some mini teleports with Living Shadows. But as far as that's concerned, Eve, a little bit of a disadvantage as far as summoner spells are concerned, as far as playing the long game, but the biggest summoner spell that's going to make a difference this game will be the Exhaust that's actually been picked up by Zepha. And that's what I was talking about kind of pigeonholing yourself into one victory condition or another. Currently, there are 3 victory conditions. You can either kill your opponent's turret, kill your opponent, or pick up a 10 CS advantage past the 100 CS mark, or at least once you've hit this 100 CS mark. So we'll see how this 1v1 matchup works out. Kalista, the 2-skill wonder. You don't get your W, you don't get your R, so no ultimate or Banshee coming out. But it turns out that Rend and Pierce are very strong skills. And of course, the passive probably doing the most work. One spear after another, getting stuck in Eve. And actually, the passive won't be in there. Oh, auto attack coming out should not really be possible in the 1v1 matchup. But you can really see Eve paying for that. At 46 armor, now 49 armor after leveling up. He's specking into that stat, but he is going to be taking a lot of harass here. I think he actually missed the shuriken and threw it out before his Living Shadow there. But I don't recall seeing Zepha take damage from that. Just poking out with auto attacks, realizing that he does have the sustain advantage, and because he has the range versus melee advantage as well, he doesn't really have to worry about having to use a whole lot of his sustain early. So this might be a matchup where he could have started a Doran's Blade instead and just relied on that extra HP to be a good defensive stat to have versus Eve's all-in, but instead just going to go for the sustain. He actually didn't use his spear to bond his Black Spear to bond with a Mumu to start things out, which we have seen a few Callistas do. Doesn't give you any advantage, but it does take the item out of your item pool in case you do make it up to that 6 item slot situation. Now, as far as Eve versus Zepha, you heard Check say it a little bit earlier on today. Neither one of them players that have had incredibly good performances so far in LCK, so you're not going to be looking for like a crazy, insane advantage for one of them over the other as far as innate 1v1 abilities are concerned, but just the ability to play AD carries, and specifically Callista here for Zepha, a champion that we've actually gotten a chance to see in Champions before. Of course, not quite as much as we've seen it in other international regions. Oh, there's the Pierce coming out onto Eve into a Rend, and you're just seeing very little counterplay for Eve. And at this point, he just becomes a desperate battle to see how much CS he can possibly get before he's forced to go back to base. And with only 14 creeps at this point in the game, he's a long way off from that Brutalizer, and of course, probably will be looking at Doran's blades when he goes back to base. 1 or 2, possibly only 1. With as little CS as he's getting, so he's going to stay far back from the creep wave and make sure that he's not missing too much CS, but he's continuing to use this Living Shadow relatively ineffectively, and he actually missed out on the cannon minion creep. That is going to be a big deal when it comes to buying this next either mid-tier item in the Brutalizer, which would be a very big luxury, or of course putting out just a couple of extra long swords. Might just go for long swords over the Doran's blades, given that they're a little bit cheaper and they do provide you with more overall attack damage, even though you get less lifesteal. Eve's not really doing all that much last hitting. And the health shouldn't actually matter all that much when he comes back from base, assuming that he's just going to go for the all-in off of the level 6 death mark. So Eve, I'm not sure he'll actually even try for the all-in when he hits level 6 here before going back to base, because that would mean that he would come back from base. But oh, Ren going down, or Pierce rather, underneath that turret. There's the ignite. Whoa, the flashback outwards, and even with an ignite, he baited Zepha into his Living Shadow. Zepha making a huge mistake and not respecting that Living Shadow positioning. He dashes forward with martial cadence, takes a turret shot, and at this point it's an easy decision by Eve to throw down the ignite. Force damage not mitigated, flashing on in there, not a summoner spell that Zepha has. Zepha went too far forward, took a turret shot. Of course, he's going to give up game number 2 here to Eve, who's Zed. Will prove to be the solo king in this matchup, so tying the score up at 1-1 takes us to the game number 3, the ace match. The blind pick is coming up next, and after that play, not necessarily Eve winning the 1v1, but just really punishing Zepha for tanking a turret shot, which is really inexcusable in a 1v1 unless you're doing it knowing that you'll kill the other player. The turret kind of turns a 1v1 into a 2v1, and of course following up with the aggressive summoner spells Flash and Ignite, just perfectly used there. Eve coming up with a nice punish to pick up game number 2, and that means that well, we're going to be heading on into a blind pick. Game number 3 coming up next, and I always get excited when we see LCK games go to a game number 5 when it's comes playoff time. We start to see those big blind pick perfect team comps coming out. But here in the Solo King, you get a lot of blind picks when it heads into game number 3. The ability to choose any champion you want and just really prove who is the Solo King, at least in your matchup. So it's going to be exciting to watch Eve versus Zepha. Of course, a lot of great 1v1 matchups coming up tonight as Faker takes to the Rift. He'll be coming up next with his matchup versus Fury, I believe it is. Yeah, Faker versus Fury. And of course, Winged versus NaJin Empire's Cain will be the last matchup of the night. So it's going to be exciting to watch those matchups. We'll have those coming up after our deciding game number 3 here between Eve and Zepha. And honestly, I would give the advantage to Zepha as long as he doesn't do something crazy like walk under turret. Or, of course, overextend versus a Zed who's got Flash Ignite. And I was honestly expecting that game to go to a level 6. But congratulations to Eve. That means that we're going to take a quick break here before we get into... Actually, no break. we already got the lobby set up, so big shout out to the Solo King admins who are making this tournament run as smoothly as humanly possible. Already getting us into our last game of this best of 3. So we're thinking about any champion you could possibly want in a 1v1. Tryndamere and Yasuo should not be the ones picked up here. They might be looking for some crazy counter picks, but as there is still 50 seconds to choose a champion, probably not the ones that they're going to lock in. Kalista for Zepha should be a no-brainer. It's the champion that he's played kind of, 2 out of 2. His entire career in the Solo King tournament has been played on just Kalista. Eve, jungler for Samsung. His jungle champion pool has been heavily targeted in the ban phase there by Zepha, banning out Jarvan in game 1 and then both Jarvan and Pantheon in game 2. He'll have the ability to pick either one of those champions. Any champion he could possibly want. He's thinking about Gnar here. Would be the first Gnar of the tournament if he does pick it up. 1 second left, and he'll actually change to Yasuo. Alright, we're going to get a chance to see Eve's Yasuo versus Zepha's Caitlyn. Initially, this seems like a fairly strong mismatch. As far as individual champion strength is concerned, Caitlyn, probably the best, if not close to the best, top of the tier list as far as 1v1 champions go, versus a Yasuo who does have Wind Wall. A lot of counterplay ability there, but with all the more recent Yasuo nerfs going down, lowering his base health, his shield health, the speed at which he gets his Way of the Wanderer passive back up, it's gonna be a rough world to exist in as a Yasuo, and of course versus Caitlyn, Zepha, an AD carry player, tried and true champion that he's incredibly strong at. I don't see too many ways that he loses this matchup, but of course, as far as Zepha's AD carry versus assassin career stats go in the Solo King, he is it's not looking like a fairly good stat, and of course Eve doing actually very well with Zed in his previous game. Now we'll take to the Rift as Yasuo, recognizing that if he did go for Zed this time around, he would either be forced into a Doran's Shield, which would be a terrible item to buy, even though it's going to block a lot of auto attack damage. Doran's Blade if he wants to go for just overall combat stats, but it's actually going to be really interesting. It should go for a longsword, 3 health potions, same start that he had in game number 1 or game number 2 rather. But it'll be interesting to watch. You should be getting the runes and masteries on your screen here in just a second. At least if I'm not mistaken, we'll have those coming up. But it was blind picks, so as both players load into the game, they're actually going to get the chance to see for the very first time their opposing champion and realize, oh crap, I picked the wrong runes for this matchup, or of course maybe just going for the same runes as last time. And you'll be able to see that on your screen right now. I believe that is 1.7 mana regeneration per 5 with 11 flat AD, 9 armor, and 12% attack speed. It's going to do it for runes there. Coming up for masteries, fairly standard 21-9-0, 2 points put into Warlord. I guess that is the only real difference. Moving over to Eve's masteries, you can see 19 flat AD, 72 flat health, 8.5, I believe that was Armor Pen previously. Now, I'm not sure if this is the exact same mastery page that he's using, but it is 21-9-0. No additional attack speed stacking buff when you hit a critical strike, so I think that's probably a good idea. No points in Warlord either, choosing to go for Spell Weaving and Blade Weaving instead. As a little bit of a personal preference. And I actually like that a little bit better just because you're not going to have a very high percentage attack damage if you do put extra points into Warlord, and we've seen as many as 2 so far, so Spell Weaving, Blade Weaving, I feel like definitely a little bit of a better way to go if you're a champion that doesn't just win off one-shotting somebody. So if you're a champion like Veigar, you probably don't want to go for that, just want the extra AP, but for any AD carry, it's going to be up to that mastery, and of course we're going to get into game at number 3. Find out which champion will be the champion. Coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from Champions. Of course, broadcasts here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, and we're into game number 3, our blind pick deciding matchup between Zepha and Eve. And it's been a good night for best of threes. We've gone all the way in both of our series tonight. Zepha with a decisive game 1 win on Callista, but overextending versus Eve's Zed in game number 2. Allowed Eve to even up the series. And of course, coming in here to game number 3, playing Yasuo versus Zepha. Yasuo, not a champion that I would have actually expected to see all that much. I feel like his early game nerfs really hurt his viability in lane. And with the inability to go for a Crystalline Flask, just based on not having a mana pool at all, it's really limits him as far as his sustain options. And we talked about the Longsword 3 health potions being about the most sustain you could get in an offensive build. Well, it's actually a defensive build with a Cloth Armor 5 health potion start for Eve. Not a start that we've seen at all here in this phase of the tournament, so I'm really kind of confused as to what his mindset is with this. While Cloth Armor will prevent him from taking quite as much damage to auto attacks, it's not going to prevent him from taking those auto attacks, which he should have very little way to deal with. And of course, he won't be able to start with a Wind Wall just because he wouldn't have any actual combat effective abilities. So he'll probably start with the Steel Tempest, which will mean kind of free reign here for Caitlyn as she kind of fights the good fight here versus Yasuo. Let's go ahead and get into game. 2 minutes in, both champions, all the minions in the mid lane. Oh, already dashing in there, getting a couple of auto attacks off, taking a couple in return. Even CS so far, and you know, at some point you have to cast a 1v1 without just settling for CSing minions. Like, oh my goodness, he killed another minion, and it's so epic, and everybody, you know, breathes a clever sigh of relief. Now, Eve not actually taking care of his health pool all that much. Now, it is a barrier, the skill picked up there. See, at this point, you're just like, wow, Eve, you've got a Cloth Armor in your inventory, but all those health potions going to be needing to be used before he can even get back to the minion wave. He did hit level 2, so I believe that was a Steel Tempest picked up as his second spell, but Eve doing a decent job of dodging these Piltover Peacemakers. The only difficulty comes when it comes to dodging auto attacks, which is not something that is currently possible, at least not unless you are Jax. And we haven't actually seen Jax in this tournament quite yet, so kind of the king of duelists does struggle versus a lot of different matchups, so probably won't be seeing him. But then again, Yasuo, a champion that we haven't seen quite yet, and see if he's able to do this. Walks into a Cupcake Delicious, yes. Good way to win the 1v1 matchup? Probably not. Gonna go forward, has an entire minion wave to dash through. Actually could have put a lot of damage down onto Zepha. No knock up there off of that Steel Tempest. Continuing to auto attack him down. And oh, the Ignite's gonna get dropped there! Zepha pops the barrier, but is it gonna be enough? Oh my god! He picks it up, the last auto attack. And I want to say that if Eve hadn't gone in for the dive, that he would have actually won, but I think it was actually the dangerous game that gave Zepha just enough health to be able to pick this up. So, see, right now, the Ignite ticking down might have actually secured the kill, but Eve flashes underneath turret. I think he actually missed the Steel Tempest, or at least it looked that way, and Zepha comes out on top 2-1. The victor versus Eve. He will be your solo king in this 1v1 matchup. Zepha 2-1 over Eve. And that's going to do it for our second best of 3 matchup of the night. Another 2-1 victory, and Zepha, man, cutting it a little bit close there. He was, unfortunately gave up a very close game number 2 to pull it into a tiebreaker situation. But in a game number 3, clutches it out deep underneath his turret. And we'll take out Samsung's jungler Eve. Zepha advancing to the next round. Now, before we get into our third matchup of the night, as Faker faces off against Fury, we will be setting up a best of 3 between both winners tonight. So if you're just now tuning in, Get ready for some spoiler alerts because it will be Zepha taking off the winner of our first best of 3 series. Between GBM and Bang, and in case you guys missed that series, you'll be able to see the winner of it. I don't want to give away anything quite yet. We'll be hopping into that best of 3 coming your way here in just a second, but man, I don't think we've seen a series quite yet in the Solo King tournament. It was quite as close as Eve versus Zepha. Eve actually kind of surprising me. I did not rate him very highly, and you guys also saw the InVen poll where I think it was 60-40 in his favor. So let's go ahead and get into a quick break while we set up our final best of 3.
This is day 348. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the blue team with the red team inside their jungle. The blue team will quickly surround, catching out the red team Thresh and eventually finishing him off. This will leave Fizz in a somewhat bad spot as he heads towards his friendly Gnar. He's going to run into 3 enemies as Anami Bubble and the Morg Binding go out, both missing. Fizz then leaping the wall with the Playful Trickster will be followed up upon by Lee Sin. Luckily, he does have the Zhonya's, but the blue team, as he comes out, unable to land the skill shots needed or finish him off, as he is able to use that Playful Trickster and his flash to get away and back to base safely. Coming in at the number 2 spot, we have blue team Jarvan and Yasuo with the red team Rengar going for the invade. Jarvan will catch him out with the standard and the Dragon Strike. He will be able to take his own buff back, but as he goes for the kill on Rengar, Rengar is going to flash into the bush as Jarvan flashes over the wall. Falling for the fake, Rengar then will get set up for an easy kill as the blue team Yasuo comes to investigate, but ended up paying with his life as Rengar gets out of there with the easy kill. The top fill of day 348 is going to belong to the red team Vi, Alistar, and Misfortune in this one, with the blue team Yasuo down in the bot lane with his friendly Nami. Yasuo going for the kill on Misfortune, but in the process dropping low. Misfortune does manage to kill on Nami, but Yasuo with the revenge in his eyes will be able to flash ahead and take the kill on Misfortune. Alistar staying a little too long, taking way too much creep damage, will fall back through the river as Yasuo going for the chase. Having second thoughts though as he runs into the enemy Vi, the Vault Breaker misses. Yasuo will dash to a minion heading towards his creep wave. He dashes again to another minion and back through Vi. Vi not giving up will make the same mistake that Alistar did and run right into a huge blue creep wave. She will dodge the whirlwind, but as she comes in with the Vault Breaker, Yasuo using the sweeping blade will be able to avoid it and then come back through with the Steel Tempest, finishing off the 2 low health enemies as he walks away with the unofficial triple kill. Thanks for watching day 348. If you happen to miss the last one and would like to go check it out, a link for that will be on the screen for you to go do that. Remember to submit your fail clips at jumpinthepack.com. That's going to do it for me. Thank you guys once again for watching. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you guys next time.
make that investment, it gives you that opportunity to just to really leapfrog your recovery.
So it really has to be part of something that is not just about, not just but part of that culture, the fiber of the organization.
Can't put two in one.
At Intel, they make technology that lets a device be a laptop and a tablet. So they can put two in one.
No, you can't.
Intel. This is where it all changes.
Can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the wait, but we're coming into our final game in the upper part of the lower bracket. Of course, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you can, of course, head over to lol.esportspedia.com, and we'll have all the info on the Solo King tournament over there, or, of course, head over to azubu.tv, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and we'll have predictions and up to the minute updates down there as well. But we'll be coming into our final matchup in Group B3. Of course, will be the victors of GBM versus Bang. Of course, it'll be ganked by Mom with a narrow victory in that matchup. Facing off against Eve versus Zepha's winner, of course, was Zepha. And one of the narrowest victories we've seen all tournament long. Coming into this final matchup, already through champion picks and bans, you can see all 380 carry bans versus Zepha. Kaylin, Lucian, and Callista puts him on Misfortune, and that'll be Misfortune picked first into what GBM was able to counterpick as Azir. Now we've seen Azir play Lulu in his first game of the tournament versus Bang, but opting instead to go for Azir, a champion he feels very comfortable on. But versus a Misfortune, we'll see if he's able to sustain versus all that double up harass Misfortune, a champion that you don't traditionally see in 5v5 games anymore, but one that you should get used to seeing in 2v2s should a few of the other champions be banned out. Now, no Sivir picked up, and that was a champion that we saw yesterday as a common counter pick to a lot of mages. Didn't actually wind up working very well, and of course Varus, the other 80 carry that we got a chance to see yesterday, not picked up here either. So it's going to be interesting to watch this game number one of our final best of three between these players. Let's go ahead and get into game. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Solo King 1v1 Korean solo queue. Well, not solo queue tournament, but Solo King tournament. Find out which champion, which player is the Solo King. Of course, here between Zepha and GBM to determine which player will advance to the playoff bracket from Group B1. Of course, we'll have two groups for you tonight. Groups B1 and B2, or B3 and B4 rather. GBM versus Bang, 2-1 victory for GBM, and of course Zepha 2-1 over Eve, Samsung's jungler, to come down here to the finals of their group. To advance to the playoff bracket, it's going to be Azir versus Misfortune, and while we haven't seen all that much Misfortune play, we've seen very mixed performances from Azir, and while he has had success today, it'll be interesting to see whether or not his matchup versus 80 carries continues to be a struggle, because that's actually been one of his more difficult matchups as a champion. But of course, you have to factor in the players. Ganked by Mom with some incredibly mechanical play on his, at least his Lulu game. Great positioning in that game that actually wound up winning him that matchup, just forcing his opponent around one of the narrow barriers in mid lane off to the side. We'll have to see if he is able to pick up the win here in game number one. Of course, we've seen every single series so far go all the way to 3 games. That does include a third blind pick game, so it'll be interesting to see if same situation happens here. Now, walking around the sideway completely legal. You can go anywhere you want on the map as long as you don't kill any creeps other than the ones that spawn mid lane. And not sure exactly what Zepha is doing here. He's way off to the side, and I think he's going to walk around the corner and look for gank by Mom. Now, he's going to find him here. There's auto attack, there's an exhaust. He's going to go for the double up. There's a barrier. He's going to need one more auto attack to pick up the kill. Walking around the corner, he forces out the barrier summoner spell, Zefa. With an interesting start to the game, just punishing the lack of, map vision out there and getting already a very strong advantage over GBM. Started with impure shots too instead of double up. That actually kind of surprised me. It did stack up that damage from impure shots, but double up might have been able to deal a little bit of extra damage off the auto attack reset. But as far as consistent auto attacks are concerned, using his strut passive to give him the move speed to close that distance really quickly was actually a really slick play. I don't know if the NaJin EM Fire guys sat around and were like, alright, let's develop some strategies for this 1v1 tournament. They're like, well, if you walk around the side, you can actually get some free auto attacks off. But great play there by Zepha to start things off with a small advantage, but you can actually already see all 3 health potions used. That's all the sustain gone for Misfortune. Used them up very early on just to, not drop too far down in HP after tanking up that minion wave, and now at a very distinct CS deficit versus gank by Mamu. Was forced to use up all of his health potions, but also has a crystalline flask to sustain up here as well. Now, so GBM lived through the all-in. That's what his barrier summoner spell was able to allow him to do, but now walking forward again, look at these auto attacks, so much damage being put back onto GBM, pushes him all the way back to his turret, but able to trade back actually relatively cleanly. GBM will have his recall stopped. But at what cost here? I think, oh wow, one more auto attack. If that had been a flash instead of barrier, would have been able to pick up a kill. But unfortunately, you can't just substitute your summoner spells out just yet. Now, one important thing to notice is that it's actually barrier exhaust from Zepha. So he went with the double, active summoner spells rather than teleport, which, well, yes, it is an active spell. It's used in a passive way. It's not, you never use teleport to actually reach out and kill the other guy. Just something to get you back to lane a little bit more quickly. But for Misfortune, you actually don't suffer as much from not running teleport, because you do have the opportunity to run straight back to lane with your strut passive, giving you a little bit of extra move speed. 395 move speed to run back to lane. This is where you pick up a Raptor Cloak on your AD carry so that you can get the acceleration bonus movement speed between your second tier turret to race your way back to lane, and then realize that you have no damage and only magic resistance, and subsequently lose the game, but get you back to lane a little bit faster. So Raptor Cloak OP confirmed. But as far as the levels leading up to 6 are concerned, for Misfortune actually gets a little bit stronger, culminating at that level 6 power spike, which may not be super huge versus an Azir who can easily cancel bullet time, or curse, or bullet time. I was like, wait, is it curse that's at bullet time? No, there's no Amumu. Actually, technically there is an Amumu, but Shu is one of our observers, and he is supposed to stay firmly on his fountain. So no combo ability here. One more auto attack. Wow! Zepha almost had to pop that barrier. You can see just completely unable to trade out here versus Azir. GBM, that extra sustain, went with a lot of extra health potions, mana potions, and he realizes all he has to do is not die to these cheesy all-ins or harass. Wait, why is he walking forward? There's double barriers popped out here. There's the exhaust. He's going to be able to pick it up underneath turret. There's a double up. One auto attack away. Zepha's all-in timings are actually pretty remarkable, being able to see exactly how much, oh my god, he hit the wrong minion with double up. Might have been able to go in there, one couple auto attacks away. This game is so incredibly close. As far as CS goes, it's actually pretty even, but it hasn't even looked like one of those more passive CSing games. These guys want to kill each other. One more auto attack again, just barely. Unable to pick up that kill, and Zepha actually heading back to base again. He probably has enough gold for another longsword if I'm counting the minion gold correctly. So no, actually decides to splurge on picking up a Doran's blade. Now he's gonna miss a lot of CS here to the turret by having to walk all the way back to lane. But I think when he comes back, he's actually going to be in a strong enough aggressive position, especially once he hits level 6 and has that bullet time. Maybe represent kill potential on GBM. We'll have to watch that as he comes back to lane. He'll be almost an entire 10 CS behind GBM. Actually, that's more like 5 CS differential, so gotta keep it a little bit closer. Of course, just rounding off there due to incredibly poor match skill. But as far as the 1v1 goes, we've seen Zepha's all-ins be almost good enough to pick up the kill, but almost, of course, kind of just draws on the inevitable, and it allows Gank by Mom's sustained effectiveness to just be even more effective, continuing to refill that crystalline flask up more and more. And now with level 6 specifically, GBM has the zone potential here versus Zepha, so he's still level 5, waiting on that level up. He should pick it up here off of the next couple of creep deaths. You see one there, and there is the level 6. So wanting to get that double up, and he does get it off the cannon minion. But look at the arise damage onto this turret. Azir kills turrets so quickly. Already taking that first turret down to below half HP. Zepha probably has as his win condition a kill even still, just given his double aggressive summoner spells. But we'll have to see if that's what he's able to do here. Azir once again pushing things up there, going for the arise damage on that turret. So effective. Walking up there, turns around to cancel the strut movement speed bonus. There's not on the hunt. Oh my god, Jin Air skanked by Mom, not having a great time in lane, and he does have teleport up in just a second, so he will actually be able to TP back into lane. So that's actually not a terrible situation. He managed to survive the all-in once again, goes back to base, heals up to full, and teleports right back into lane. And all of a sudden Zepha's like, hey man, that's cheating. You came back into lane at full health after I almost killed you. And of course, with the triple Doran's ring advantage, might just be enough to not only survive the all-ins coming up here from Zepha, but more importantly, we're coming up on another round of summoner spells. So we're going to have both barriers, and more importantly, Zepha's exhaust coming up here in just about 10 seconds. So once those come back online, Zepha's got a lot of additional kill potential, but unfortunately, it's going to be about a minute until that bullet time comes back up. Now he's going to walk forward, takes a couple of auto attacks from that Sand Soldier, and that cancels his strut passive, so he won't be able to chase, or at least continue to chase just yet. Turret kill actually representing a very plausible win condition here by Gank by Mom. There's an exhaust. Double up's going to come in for a little bit of additional damage. But look at the Sand Soldier damage. It's going to be up to the barrier. And with an Insect-esque Emperor's Divide backwards, it's going to be the Sand Soldier for Ganked by Mom that'll pick up game number 1 versus Zepha. We're going to get a quick instant replay coming your way here as well. Exhaust blocks a little bit of that damage to come out, but it just doesn't last very long at all. The pierce through damage there by the Sand Soldier, and then adding insult to injury, a nice Emperor's Divide to shove Zepha into the danger zone. It's going to be a quick dash in from his last final Sand Soldier by Jin Air's Ganked by Mom to grab game number 1 versus Zepha. With game number 1 out of the way, that means that, well, we're heading into game number 2, and with Azir, a very strong champion for GBM so far in this series. Have to ask yourself, does that warrant a ban? I mean, Ganked by Mom has been criticized in the past for having a relatively narrow champion pool. And while, yes, that is in a 5v5 sort of organized team setting, champions in the 1v1, Azir's been a very strong one of them, so possibly expect an Azir ban coming up in our next game, but you have to think about what do you ban versus Zepha as well, because they will be swapping sides so far, so you have to make sure to take as many champions away from him as you can. Should see a Kayn, Lucian, and probably a Kalista ban. Those have been his 3 kind of go-to champions. But at this point in the Solo King, anything goes. We've seen crazier things happen. Getting in here to game number 2 between Ganked by Mom and Zepha. Of course, swapping sides, like I said, first pick, first ban for Ganked by Mom. GBM taking out Callista, and oh, there's a Nunu ban. So I think that means that GBM is predicting that he'll be able to force Zepha into the Caitlyn ban, or because GBM is first pick, he'll be able to take that away. So we should see a Lucian ban here for GBM that will force Zepha to ban Caitlyn and leave him with either an AD carry pick if he wants to go that way, or just an Azir. And so oh, that's actually the Caitlyn. So GBM would either force a Lucian ban or an Azir ban here, and he'll probably pick the champion that isn't banned. There's Morgana? Okay, that means that both Azir and Lucian left open. And then, I guess that's actually pretty smart by Zepha, so he doesn't limit his own champion pool. He just kind of bans out a champion that he knows probably won't be picked, so that at least one of the OP champions will go his way. And in a kind of a mind game, GBM might have just picked Lucian and then said, what, Zepha, you gonna play Azir versus me? That would have been a nice matchup to watch, but he probably would have gone back to something like Misfortune. But even still, an interesting way to start game number 1 with that slick walk around the corner strategy that he used to get an early advantage versus GBM, but it didn't pay off in the long run. So Ganked by Mom continues his Azir rampage, but Zepha gets an arguably much stronger AD carry in the 1v1 matchup, so it's going to be exciting to see. Our first Lucian matchup of the night. We saw a lot of Lucian games yesterday, but with an incredibly high win rate, particularly to just score, kind of killing everybody on Lucian. It's still pretty awesome to watch, and we'll get a chance to see it here versus Azir. Now, in a couple of days ago, last week I believe, we saw Azir have a lot of difficulties dealing with AD carries that could shove the wave incredibly quickly early on. Ran out of mana a lot, and also had trouble trading damage back onto them, specifically versus Caitlyn matchups, but Lucian should have the same advantages with Piercing Light to push the wave, as well as a lot of sustained damage from the Light Flinger passive. Incredibly strong early game, and even once it hits level 6, Azir has a defensive positional ultimate, whereas, well, Lucian has the ability to deal damage with his. I guess technically Emperor's Divide does deal damage, but it's not on the same order as the culling, especially once he gets some Doran's Blades in his pocket. So that's going to do it for champion picks and bans here in game number 2. We should be heading off to check out the runes and masteries for both players here in just a second. GBM has favored the 21-9-0 with no points in Warlord, so now that he's playing an ability power based champion, it'll be exciting to see whether or not he puts points in percentage magic damage increase, or possibly even goes back for that blade weaving spell weaving combo, which honestly should be what we see given the multiple attacks he's going to get off with Sand Soldiers and stacking up that bonus damage. So we'll take a look at the runes and masteries possibly here in just a second. Although it does look like we are just going to load into the game, so I'll go ahead and take a quick break before we get into game number 2. Ganked by Mom versus Zepha. It'll be coming your way here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from Champions, of course brought to you here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Meldon. We're getting into game number 2 between Ganked by Mom and Zepha to determine which player will advance to the playoff bracket out of their group stage. So, kind of do or die here for Zepha. He's down 1-0. Of course, we have seen both Ganked by Mom and Zepha take their series to game number 3s, which not only means blind picks coming your way, but also would mean that Zepha, like we said, does have to pull this game number 2 out, and we've seen him kick in the clutch before. Picking a Lucian versus Azir, one of the best champions that you can actually see here. Some interesting taunt tactics here for GBM, and of course he is starting with a Crystalline Flask, which means that you should see both players wait back in their base for about 10 gold, pick up an extra potion, and then walk into lane with that small advantage. We have pigeons and smiley faces, and what better way to start off a game that could be our last one of the first group stage that we're casting here tonight. So for GBM, at least as far as the vote went in his match, it was actually pretty strongly in his favor. Same situation for Zepha over Eve in their matchup. So we have the fan favorites, the crowd favorites, and of course, it's hard not to be a fan of Ganked by Mom after an incredible performance in LCK this season. The Jin Air Green Wings, I believe, tied in a 3-way tie for 2nd place. Nobody can quite catch the GE Tigers this season, but as far as GBM is concerned, he's been putting up some big numbers for his team. So we'll see if his Azir can do the same versus Zepha. So Zepha's Lucian, you can see both players just really focusing, pushing the wave here as quickly as they can. Should see perfect CS for both of them, at least for the time being. Nice piercing light to hit both the creep wave and his enemy. There, Sand Soldier being spawned. Actually, we'll get a couple of auto attacks off. Actually, 3 there by that Sand Soldier, so a lot of value coming out there, even at level 1. Fairly even sustained, but an early level 2 here means a couple of Light Slinger passives, and GBM pushed back to his turret. Needs that piercing light, and does bait out a couple of Sand Soldier auto attacks. Zepha put in a decent situation right now. Up about 1 CS, I believe. Piercing Light hits through the creep wave again. But look at all the mana that GBM is forced to expend just on putting these Sand Soldiers out to continue to shove the wave. And this is exactly what we were talking about during the champion selection process. Was that if you run an 80 carry versus Azir, you're always going to have the lane advantage, because you can push him back to his turret, zone him off the creep wave, and even just force out his mana pool, which you can see is still actually pretty low. Using a lot of those Crystalline Flash charges and mana potions just to try to sustain this up during the early phase. Misses the cannon minion. That's actually a big differential. Cannon minions are a potion and a half. If you want to think about that, every single creep kill matters here. Dashing forward, there's Piercing Light to hit, and man, that does so much damage versus an Azir that only has 32 armor. We've seen armor counts as high as around 50 at this point for, I think it was Eve's Zed. He won that matchup versus Zepha, so have to keep an eye on the HP bars as the Sand Soldier harass actually starting to get a little bit rough for Zepha to deal with. Taking another couple of auto attacks. May actually head back to base here. Keep in mind it is barrier versus heal as far as summoner spells are concerned. Of course, teleports picked up by both players. But I actually like the barrier a little bit better than heal. Overall, it just gives you more defensive stats, but can be baited out. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not GBM uses to block guaranteed damage, like maybe a piercing light that he can't dodge. You throw out the barrier and have that advantage, but that would primarily just be in the 1v1. A lot of minions here built up in this wave, pushing in towards Zepha's turret. GBM continuing to push the wave just so he gets a free trip back to base, and will force Zepha to CS under turret, which he should be able to do fairly decently, but at the same time, missing 1 CS will put him, I believe, at exactly even 31 to 31 as far as CS is concerned. Thinking about recalling, but at this point, really both players want to recall. So should be perfect CS here for Zepha under turret. Trying to CS, and I think he will miss one CS. Hits the last one with Light Slinger, and we'll take a free trip back to base. Double Doran's rings and a ton of consumables. Picked up here by Gank by Mom. Zepha should be able to pick up a couple of Doran's blades as well as the consumables that he needs. I think he went with one less mana potion, which is fairly standard just because he's overall going to use a little bit less mana than GBM, who does have to spam out a bunch of Sand Soldiers. And possibility to pick up perfect CS here. We'll see if he's able to grab it. Piercing Light through there, and one last auto attack will not land. So one CS advantage picked up off that wave for Gank by Mom. I want to say, yeah, he is one CS, now actually 2 CS ahead. And of course, commenting on the CS, maybe not seeming like something super exciting. Whoa, what happened to Zepha's HP bar? I think he actually came back from base without fully healing up, or maybe those Sand Soldiers just deal that much damage. Already forced through 2 health potions he's got running on his champion behind his turret. And of course, we've already talked about how effective Azir is at killing turrets. You walk up, hit a rise on him, and whoa, here we go, level 6 here. The culling, most of it being barriered out there, is Emperor's Divide as Zepha tried to relentless pursuit through Emperor's Divide and got bounced back from it. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you kind of forget what the skills do and gets bounced back for it. Loses the mana from that, and of course is not going to be able to put those Lightslinger proc passives to use on Ganked by Mom. So ultimates coming out for both players. Actually really liked Zepha's all-in. His all-in timing is just super well calculated. Even on Misfortune in game number 1, he knew exactly when he needed to go in, but game number 2 proving somewhat more punishing. I bet he wishes that mana potion was a health potion right now, as there is a slightly large health differential between both Gank by Mom and Zepha. Now, should be seeing a Piercing Light to come out. Oh, actually a crucial Sand Soldier miss there. Zepha will hit a couple of Piercing Lights there through the minion wave, but overall, just especially with that level up there by GBM, he's just going to be so far ahead in the health pool that it doesn't really matter how many Piercing Lights Zepha puts out. He just can't get next to the creep wave, or else he takes that Sand Soldier harass. And honestly, GBM might have kill potential off the dive, but I think he's just going to look to put on pressure to deny. Oh my god! Zepha almost just died to a Sand Soldier auto attack there, so he will be forced to head back to base and lose the majority of this wave coming into his turret. They've been keeping pretty even on CS so far, so this will represent one of the bigger discrepancies, as there is no teleport for Zepha to come back to lane with GBM. Actually might just win the game. Oh my god, GBM's gonna win the game. He's taking down that turret. The Arise damage is just way too much to deal with. Might actually kill the turret with an Arise. Nope, it's just gonna be an auto attack, and at 8 minutes and 18 seconds, Ganked by Mom takes out Zepha's turret and wins game number 2. And that means the Ganked by Mom is, I guess, the first person to 2-0 so far tonight. And with an awesome performance on Azir almost every game today, he's shown that he's definitely capable. AD, AP, whatever the champion calls for. GBM kind of rising to the occasion. The favorite to make it out of the group, but at the same time, you don't really expect dominating victories like you saw there in game number 2. Just out-harass Lucian, send him back to base, and Zepha not in time there to save his turret. Arise auto attacks, and overall a great game 2 performance by Ganked by Mom will win him his best of 3 and advance him out of the group stage to the Solo King playoffs. Now, coming up next, we're actually going to have an interview with Ganked by Mom, and let me see if we can get some translation to happen here for this interview. Be coming up here in just a minute, so stick around. We'll be right back with an interview with Ganked by Mom.
Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for the night?
좀 만나서 이야기를 좀 전해볼게요. 자, 갱맘 선수 안녕하세요. 자리에 계신가요?
갱맘 선수.
아, 또 이렇게 애를 태우시네요.
네,
우리
갱맘
갱맘
선수.
선수가.
저쪽과 저희 사이에 벽이 또 있는 거 같아요.
아, 그게 또 그 벽은 또 제가 생각을
네.
못했는데 아, 이게 통신의 또
네.
네, 벽은
아, 벽을 허물었어야
네,
되는데
이 벽이 항상 문제라서요.
네.
예.
저희가 벽을 아직 허물지는 못했습니다.
아.
벽의 지배자인데 저희가 노크를 하고
아.
들어갔어야 됐는데.
아, 네, 들리네요? 갱맘 선수?
네.
아, 안녕하세요. 그 혹시 마이크
안녕하세요.
음소거 해놓으셨나요? 네, 안녕하세요.
됐어요.
네, 갱맘 선수 지금 목소리가 조금 적은데 좋은 목소리 좀 크게
네.
들려주시길 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
지금
이게-
잘 들려요?
네, 잘 들리고
네.
있습니다. 네, 12강에
네.
올라가게 되셨는데 일단 축하드리고요. 먼저
네.
소감 한 말씀 좀 듣고 싶은데요.
네. 아, 일단 되게 오늘 너무 잘하시는 분들이랑 해서
네,
너무 힘들었어요. 집중력도 그렇고.
네.
네, 대회 때보다 더 열심히 한 것 같아요.
진짜요?
네.
네.
좋다.
네, 아니 근데 그런 모습들이 사실 보여줬었고 사실 그동안에 저희 코리아 솔로킹 토너먼트에서는 케이틀린이라던가 뭐 누누라던가 이런 것들이 좀 많이 보여졌었는데 아지르픽
네.
저희한테는 굉장히 신선했는데 혹시 준비를 하셨나요?
네, 아니요. 준비를 한 건 아니고
네,
아까 뱅 선수가 저한테 아지르를 썼잖아요.
네,
근데 되게 좋더라고요.
네.
그래서 이거 하면 내가 잘할 수 있을 것 같아서 네, 그냥 해봤어요.
혹시 오늘 만났던 선수 중에 가장 좀 상대하기 어려웠던 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수가 있을까요?
네, 그 제파 형이 네, 너무 그 미스포춘도 그렇고
네,
되게 저돌적이셔서
네.
진짜 죽을 고비를 아슬아슬하게 운 좋게 넘겨서 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
네, 지금 현재 그 코리아 솔로킹 토너먼트의 미드 라이너로서 첫 번째로 12강에 안착을 하셨습니다. 그래서 많은 그
네.
미드 라이너를 하시는 그 팬 여러분들 그리고 진에어 팬 여러분들, 갱만 팬 여러분들께서 응원을 많이 해주셨는데 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아, 네. 일단 경기를 지켜봐 주신 모든 분들께 감사드리고 올해는 꼭 벽을 넘어서 이렇게 아지르 같이 벽을 만들기도 하는 미드라이너가 되겠습니다.
네.
아, 네.
뭐 벽은 이미 넘었고 사실
네.
저번에 이제 뭐 아리로 체력 100 남기고 뭐 제라스 스킬 5개 피하고 이런 것도 보여줬으니까요.
네.
요즘 좀 확실히 기세를 타고 있는 것 같습니다.
네,
네.
우리 그 시청자분들께서
아.
갱맘 선수를 벽의 지배자로 또 닉네임을 만들어 주셨는데 앞으로 꼭 벽을 지배하셔서
네.
멋진 모습 기대하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 갱맘 선수와의 인터뷰였습니다.
아, 너 인터뷰도 너무 센스 있게 잘해가지고
네.
이 친구도 멘탈이 좋아요.
네.
So that is going to conclude our interview with Ganked by Mom. Do want to give a special thanks to Chuds for translating that. If you guys were in chat, you got a chance to hear some of Ganked by Mom's thoughts on his matchup. Said Zepha was by far the hardest, and had Misfortune all in at the beginning. Can't blame him for almost dying to that. But that is actually going to do it for our first half of the brackets for tonight. Of course, if you guys want more information on the Solo King tournament, either scroll right down below your stream on azubu.tv/azubu, or you can, of course, head over to lol.esportspedia.com, search for the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament and find brackets there. But as far as tonight's concerned, we've already seen Ganked by Mom face off against Bang, Eve face off against Zepha, and then, of course, the corresponding finals between GBM and Zepha. But coming up next, it will be Faker facing off against Fury. That matchup, along with Cain versus Winged, will be coming up as the Solo King continues. Of course, we're going to take a quick break. Do want to give a quick shout out to Azubu TV for making this tournament possible. Of course, everybody else for watching. If you have any comments, make sure to head on over to Twitter. Tweet at Azubu TV using the hashtag the Solo King and let us know what you thought about tonight's games. And make sure to stick around because when we come back, it'll be Fury taking on Faker. The Solo King continues right after this.
Email your clips to top5lolfails@gmail.com.
What's up, Machinima Realm viewers, and welcome to another episode of Top 5 LoL Plays. I really hope you guys will enjoy the plays, but let's go to the number 5 spot. This one is going to be starting off around the Baron pit. As you see, the blue team is trying to attempt it, but as Azara trying to ward gets pulled in, she ends up dying to the Blitzcrank and to the rest of the team. But you gotta remember, you can't always count them out, as Azara with her passive ends up stealing the Baron. Let this be a lesson, you should never count anyone out. Moving on to the number 4 spot is going to be a Katarina play in the middle lane. We're going to be putting our eyes onto the blue team's Katarina as she gets Lulu ulted, as she finally gets the kill on the enemy's Katarina right under the tower. The Rengar finally comes in, but he puts his focus on the Lulu. As the Rengar gets his kill, the Katarina is the only one that's left, but she puts a ward over the wall to try and see the Rengar. But as she sees the Rammus and the exclamation mark on top of her, she uses the Shumpo, goes over the wall and dodges both of them and avoids certain death. That was definitely a pretty close play, but jumping to the number 3 spot is going to be a Brand showing us why you never want to dive this champion. The enemy Ezreal throwing a few Qs at the Brand to try and poke him down is not having much success. As the allied Blitzcrank comes in and pulls the enemy Lee Sin right under the tower, but the Jace jumping on the Brand is going to be regretting that decision shortly after. The Brand with an extremely quick reaction, Zanya is just barely dodging the Ezreal ultimate, also manages to get a kill on the Lee Sin, and finally the Ezreal under the tower picking up a Quadra. Let us not put on the brakes just yet and move on to the number 2 spot, where Victor, one of the more underrated champions, is going to be showing to us that maybe, just maybe, this champion deserves to be looked at some more. He tried going for the kill on the Corki just earlier with his laser, but the Nami trying to put a stop to him misses the bubble as he keeps sidestepping and dodging so many skill shots. As his W stuns the Nami in mid place, the Corki firing off his Qs tries to finish off the very low HP Victor for the double buff, but he flashes in, puts on the ultimate, and picks up a double kill in an impressive 2v1 turnaround. But the number 1 place of this week is going to be given to a Pantheon, and he's going to be starting off with a blue buff, just finishing it up. He was wise enough not to waste his smite on the blue because the enemy team is definitely doing Baron. The Pantheon is only 6-3-2, and the score is somewhat close, but that is all going to change in just a matter of seconds as Pantheon with his ultimate drops right in, gets the steal on the Baron while also picking up a kill on the Vi, picks up a kill on the Thresh, but he is nowhere near done as he also gets a kill on the Jax, walks up to the enemy's ADC Twitch, and picks him up as well for a pentakill and a Baron steal. If that's not a way to put your team in the lead, I don't know what is. Alright guys, I hope you did enjoy this week of Top 5 LoL Plays, and don't forget to submit your clips to be featured for them.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King. You see the players on your screen right there. Fury taking on Faker. The battle between SK Telecom, T1, and Samsung. We're going to see them match off here tonight. They're 1v1 players, Fury versus Faker, AD carry versus AP carry, or at least mid laner. Rather, Faker has been known as one of, if not the best player in the world for almost more time than he hasn't. I'll never forget the first game I saw on Faker when he played LeBlanc for the first time in OGN. It blew my mind, and ever since there, it's just snowballed. Faker versus Fury, a player on a struggling team in LCK this season. Samsung at the bottom of the standings as far as the 5v5 games are concerned, but as far as the 1v1s, we're going to see Faker's Lissandra versus Fury's Jarvan IV. Now, when it comes to Jarvan IV, it's kind of like playing a Zed or playing a Pantheon. you understand that you're going to be winning based off killing the other champion. So you're going to lose in CS, you're going to maybe lose in turret HP, but it's all going to come down to, can you get to a point where you've either out-harassed them or put your opponent in a position where they just either can't stay in lane, so you're able to shove down their turret, or of course you just kill them off the all-in. Jarvan, a great champion to do that. We've seen victories from Jarvan so far in this tournament, but it's against Faker's Lissandra. And while both of these players should see play styles that, you know, play towards their individual champion pools, it's going to be interesting to see what Faker's Lissandra can pull out here. A great champion as far as CSing is concerned. You have great wave control, spamming out the ice shards to be able to, you know, shove the wave when you need to shove it extremely quickly, and might allow him a quicker trip back to base. And while we won't get a chance to see runes and masteries for our game number 1 matchup, you should be expecting a relatively standard 21-9-0 situation, maybe 21-6-3 as far as runes for Faker, but for Fury it should just be 21-9-0. May put some extra points into mana regen, but you just want as much damage as physically possible. Definitely we're going to see points in Warlord there, and while Fury may be an 80 carry player by heart, he is going to be playing a Jarvan the 4th, whereas SKT's Faker, you can even see, you can't actually see Lissandra on his list of most played champions, but is a champion that he's played to great effectiveness previous seasons, so going to be excited to see his Lissandra versus Fury's Jarvan the 4th. Of course, this matchup, probably one that you guys have been waiting for the entire night. I cannot say anything more about this, so instead I'm actually going to let Chex, OGN's writer, say it best. When asked about this matchup, he says he didn't need to comment on it. We all know who's going to win. Well, we'll see if Faker can pull out what is assumed to be probably the favorite matchup, or if he is a Faker and maybe going down to the first round, something that could be possible. We'll get a chance to watch that matchup and a little bit more coming up next as we get into our first matchup of this best of 3. Who is the solo king? We'll be finding out next, coming into our first game of this best of 3, Faker versus Fury. It's coming up next in just a second. I missed my cue, so we'll be going into game number 1 here as soon as the players finish load again. But of course, this is the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament. If you guys want to talk more about it, make sure to head on over to Twitter, hashtag Solo King. Let your friends know that Faker is playing versus Fury in 1v1 matchup. First 1v1 tournament I've actually seen Faker play in, so a lot of history being made. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from Champions, of course brought to you here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and we'll be hopping into game number 1 between Faker, the mid laner for SK Telecom T1, currently a team tied for 2nd in the season of LCK, facing off against Fury, 80 carry for Samsung, team currently winless at the bottom of the standings. So while they're 5v5 playstyles may have put them in their places in LCK this season, as far as 1v1s, we have yet to determine who will be the Solo King. Faker, favorite to win the tournament, of course favorite to win almost any tournament, but in the 1v1, anything can happen. We've seen some crazy turnarounds, particularly the series Eve versus Zepha was an incredible 1v1 series to watch. So if you missed that, make sure to catch the VOD, catch the rebroadcast, and of course this tournament will be rebroadcast for European and North American audiences a little bit later on. So if you missed any of the action, you can catch the VOD here on Azubu TV/Azubu after the broadcast is done. So thanks for tuning in, checking things out here. We've seen an interesting level 1 strategy from, I believe it was Zefa, who decided to walk all the way around through the jungle and kind of get an early flank off versus his opponent. But for Faker, we're actually seeing a Doran's Ring started. This is the first Doran's Ring that we've actually seen as far as starting items picked up, because traditionally you want a more sustain heavy start to your lane phase. And oh, Fury's actually going to do the same situation. Oh, tries for the Dragon Strike, but instead he and Faker are just going to trade things out there. Oh, Martial Cadence auto attacks coming down, and Faker actually losing that all in, or losing that, not necessarily an all in, but losing that first couple of auto attacks, his first trades. Definitely going Fury's way. Now he's looking for another auto attack, but probably will be able to trade out a Dragon Strike when he gets back into range. So Faker getting melee auto attacked here by Fury is probably something that shouldn't happen until he hits level 2 and is able to close the distance. Doran's ring start, like we said, very aggressive early on, but in a 1v1, traditionally not something you see too often, the early aggression. And while Faker will get a few free spell casts here and there, oh, level 2's hit by both players. Level 2 a little bit bigger for Fury because it does allow him that flag and drag combo. He's going to go into it, does not get the knockup, but oh man, Ring of Frost forced out there by Faker to just keep the distance here. A lot of slow here, Faker with a perfect zone maintained between himself and Fury, but still taking a lot of damage. If he gets jumped on one more time, that is going to represent possibly kill potential. There is Ignite onto Fury, and you can see Faker playing this matchup very far forward. If he gets knocked up by this next Demacian Standard into Dragon Strike combo, I'm pretty sure he's just straight up dead. Now, keep in mind, it is Flash Ignite versus Flash Ignite, and Faker, one of the only players to do this, at least I'm pretty sure he's the only one to do this on Lissandra, where you not only start with a Doran's ring, but you're going to go Flash Ignite as well. Neither one of these players playing for the teleport game. Versus a Jarvan, Faker just saying, look, you want to play the all-in game versus me, he's going to play it right back. I believe it was Jat that said SK Telecom, a team that starts strong and finishes even stronger. And Faker, a player that definitely exemplifies that that methodology. You want to start the game as strong as you possibly could with that Doran's ring, but having a little bit of a weakness here in the mid game, he's forced to go all the way back to base, and will have the ability to use his ice path to get back into lane maybe a little bit more quickly. Fury able to get back into lane a little bit more quickly as well, but I'm thinking this is coming down to a level 6 all-in unless we see a misplay by either one of the players to overextend a little bit too much. But so Faker is forced back to base, but look at the CS differential at this point. Faker is down over 15 CS, almost 15 CS at this point, and not a situation I would have expected to see him in. Coming back from base with just a second Doran's ring, it's going to be double longswords. The build for Fury, so actually I like the double Dorans a little bit more than the double longswords, and while it does set up for a brutalizer buy, neither one of these players are thinking about what items they're going to buy when they go back to base, because realistically you're only going to get one, maybe two chances to go back and buy. So the consumables, Crystal and Flask picked up there by Fury, crucially enough. Gonna get some extra sustain off of that, whereas it's just health potions for Faker. We'll see if these two Doran's rings are enough to turn this matchup around, because after a distinct loss, forced back to base earlier, he's down now 13 CS, but continues this poke off of the... Oh, Dragon Strike coming in. Ring of Frost will slow things down, and Ignite forced out there onto Fury. Gonna get forward, and with a flash backwards, Fury actually probably pretty dead. Faker looking for one more Ice Path, the last auto attack, and Faker turns it around and wins the first game in this best of 3 series, the 1v1 going his way. We'll get a quick instant replay coming your way on the screen. You can see Ignite. Faker immediately recognizes kill potential. Flash is up for Fury, but he's going to try to use it to outplay the Ice Path, or I guess in that situation it was the Ice Shard coming his way. And Faker just moving forward between every single auto attack. Will pick up game number 1 versus Samsung's Fury. Game number 1 in the books. Faker already up 1 game in this best of 3. It's going to take one more victory to secure the win over Fury. And while there weren't a whole lot of mixed votes as far as the community was concerned, as far as whether or not Faker is going to be able to beat Fury, you have to keep in mind Fury is an AD carry, and traditionally AD carry champions actually have a small advantage in the 1v1 situation. At least that's what we've seen so far in this tournament. But Faker is no stranger to 1v1s either, showing incredible prowess with his Lissandra. He actually played that lane matchup like you'd see the lane played in a traditional 5v5. He went Doran's item first with a Flash Ignite Summoner spell combo, so that's actually going to be really, really interesting to see. So we should be getting into our second game in this best of 3. Coming up here in just a second, and if you guys thought the game number 1 was good, make sure to tweet at it to your friends. Hashtag the Solo King. Tell them the Faker's playing, that they need to get in here and watch this game. If you don't have Twitter, get it. It's one of the best ways to connect with your favorite players. Let people know what you're watching, like the Solo King, of course, here on Azubu TV. And do want to thank them for putting this tournament together. We're going to get into game number 2. Coming your way immediately. Already done with the ban phase. You're going to see Faker banning Garen. Both games. Garen, Gangplank, Gragas. So hats up for the G champions here. Of course, Faker having to go up against the Cassiopeia. What's his choice versus Cassiopeia? Now, Cassiopeia has a very abusive lane phase. He's able to spam out a lot of spells. Has a great way to sustain mana in lane after using Twin Fangs to kill poison minions. It's a great way to get your mana back. Restores 3% there. And of course, poison, kind of difficult to dodge around if you have any degree of practice with Cassiopeia. Of course, Faker locking in now Annie versus Cassiopeia. Of course, the bane of all Cassiopeia players are either gap closers or heavy CC, and of course, Annie comes with a lot of CC in her kit. Of course, the burst damage might not be something that Fury is going to be able to take down. Now, should be seeing Barrier for Fury and Flash Ignite for Faker. Now, it's going to be up to Fury whether or not he wants to take Teleport in this matchup. It may allow him the opportunity to sustain through a lot of early game harass, recall back to base, and come back into lane full health with an extra item advantage, but Faker, he's guaranteed to get at least one trip back to base this game. And off the items that he buys, probably going to be double Doran's rings, even if he doesn't start with one. It's going to be a rough matchup here for Fury. A lot of harassment early on, but I feel like the all-in is just going to be in Faker's favor. Of course, I think the odds pretty much ever in his favor as far as 1v1s are concerned. A lot of prowess, a lot of reputation behind that. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Faker will be able to uphold his very strong reputation as far as being a god at 1v1s. Fury, not quite so storied a player. Of course, as far as Azubu players of the game, Faker's actually already won 2 of those Azubu awards already this season. I think he won one for Syndra and the other one for LeBlanc. So he's, as far as Faker and Azubu TV go, not only has he won awards for his play in LCK this season, but he's also popular streamer here on Azubu TV. If you guys like watching Faker, you can catch his streams every once in a while. You can check, of course, the schedule. Should be located on the front page if you're interested in knowing when Faker goes live. So it's you get the idea. There's been a lot of Faker here, and I think he's here to stay with a dominant Game 1 victory. I don't want to say necessarily dominant. We'll see if that is reflected here in game number 2. Of course, in a little bit of a peek at the runes and masteries. Coming your way, flat HP, some extra mana regen. Penetration stats, and of course flat damage there as well. It's going to be interesting for Fury, who with the masteries revealing maybe a little bit more than the runes actually did decide to go for 21-9 or 21-0-9, foregoing the extra regeneration stats in defense and picking up some regeneration based off his total mana pool there. Second tier of the utility tree that will also give him total biscuits of rejuvenation as well as some extra healing from his health potions. And does put 3 points into extra move speed, which could be enough to change some minor micro decisions. But let's go ahead and check out SK Telecom T1 Faker's rune page. You can see armor, magic resistance, damage, and I want to say that was penetration, but I didn't catch that last stat. Before we switched over to his masteries, you can see 21-9-0 with equal points put into AD and AP. recognizing that Annie's long auto attack range will allow him a lot of opportunities to auto attack, and then picking up some extra AP just because, I mean, Annie gonna be killing you with the ability power there as well. But interesting to see kind of a hybrid split through the mastery pages to specify both, to spec into both AD and ability power. And in fact, some Annies in 1v1s we've actually seen pick up Doran's blades early, just because kind of like the Kennen strategy where you pick up that AD early. Just because you recognize you're going to be able to harass more off of auto attacks. But we should just see a Doran's Ring Flash Ignite start here for Faker. Possible Crystalline Flask for his opponent. But let's go ahead and get hyped for game number 2. It'll be coming up here in any second. This is the Solo King tournament brought to you on Azubu TV. And of course, we'll be getting into game number 2 between Faker and Fury. SKT T1 versus Samsung is coming your way, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, it'll be game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Winner will advance to face the victor of Cain versus Winged, which will be our best of 3 coming up after this series. Of course, we have to finish game number 2. It'll be coming your way here in just a minute, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Solo King game number 2 is coming up next. Fury thinks this is funny, but we'll see if he thinks it's quite as funny as he steps into lane versus a Faker. Game number 2 in their matchup here in the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament, of course featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions, broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and we're getting into the lane phase, where these Fakers into the lane phase. I think he's actually looking for auto attacks on turrets, but once again, Fury going to wrap around here and look at the vote differential from Inven. Did polling over the course of the last few days, 4% for Fury versus a 96% vote of confidence here for Faker. Doesn't get much more of a dominant vote differential than that. Are you the 4% that think Fury can pull this back, or the 96% that believe in Faker? I think putting your bets on Faker may on paper seem like the correct position, but we'll see how Cassiopeia fares versus Annie. Of course, it is the Flash Ignite Summoner spell combo picked up for both Faker and Fury so far, so once again committing to that very aggressive all-in style. We're going to see if Fury has what it takes to turn things around. Faker already up 1-0. A Lissandra victory over Fury's Jarv in the 4th, now coming into lane. We're going to see a Doran's Ring with Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation start for Fury, whereas Faker is going to go for a little bit more of the passive Crystalline Flask start, probably hoping that he's able to sustain through the early game and then come back with a couple of Doran's Rings after his first recall. Of course, he will have to walk all the way back to lane. No teleports for either player. Faker just looking to dodge as much poison as he possibly can. Put out that Incinerate Harass. And he graded CS game as well. Does get refunded mana and half cooldowns on Incinerate when you use it to clear out the minion wave. Now, Fury going to get continually harassed down below half HP, but same situation for Faker, who's actually stepped on quite a bit of poison harass here for Fury. Kind of uncharacteristic to see so much damage taken quite this early on, but with enough sustain to really out-sustain Fury, who only has those 2 Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation. This is going to be a really big disadvantage once Faker equalizes this wave. And of course, CS will be important to pick up items once you go back to base, but should be a little bit less important than actually getting off harass, because specifically for Faker's Annie, is going to be able to put out so much damage early on that I'm not sure Fury is going to be able to withstand the power. Fury boxing with a god at this point. Ignite being thrown down here. Faker looking for the 1v1. The all-in is going to flash into the brushes. Cannon minion taking him down through the brush. The ward placed into it. Didn't work quite the way that Faker wanted it to. Does get the stun, but look at this. He's actually going to take the continual Twin Fangs after walking onto the poison. And watch this next Twin Fang. Faker realizes he's not going to have the Q cooldown up in time. You only get half duration on that spell when you kill a creep with it. Didn't come back up, and that's the all-in for Fury, who will take down game number 2 versus Faker and force a blind pick game number 3.
6 days on the run and you don't wanna make it home tonight. Now the same old game is on till the morning light. So
MVP Cannon Minion. It was a 2v1. It was Fury and the Cannon Minion. They're gonna have to split the prize pool if they win it, both contributing to take down Faker in game number 2. Overestimated his potential there in the all-in on game number 2, and takes us to this game 3 blind pick coming your way. And it does mean that not only can neither player see each other's champions, all champions are up for grabs. We might even see a mirror match, and honestly, this is kind of going to be an illustration of which player wants to go for some style points, because theoretically you should go for a safe 80 carry versus 80 carry matchup. That's what we've seen in the majority of games in the Solo King, but Faker might decide to turn up the damage a notch and pick something like a more aggressive mid laner like LeBlanc, like Zed. We've already seen one win for, I think it was Eve's Zed earlier on today, so we'll see if Faker can pull out something a little bit more aggressive, go for this flash ignite play that he's had going for him all day long, or maybe switch things back up to a little bit more passive. One thing's for sure, when Faker's involved, you can never count out his aggression. Back up against the wall now. No picks or bans are going to be off the board for him when he faces off here against Fury in game number 3. It's a blind pick coming up next, and we should be getting into champion pick here in just a second, so seeing that pop up on your screen should just take a little bit longer. But of course, this is the Solo King tournament. If you're just tuning in, what are you doing with your life, and why are you late to watch Faker versus Fury here? It's the third best of 3 of the night. I guess technically the 4th one, because we did have a playoff best of 3 afterwards, but still have one more best of 3 after this one. Winner of this matchup will face the winner of, I believe it is Winged versus Kane. The action kind of heating up here as Faker dropping game number 2 versus Fury. Probably just wanted to keep it interesting and get into this blind pick game number 3 where he can pick any champion he wants. It's going to be interesting to see what he goes for, because there's been a lot of different game 3 blind pick champions. We've seen Lee Sin 1v1s, we've seen Braum versus Alistar. Pretty crazy matchup in the first week of the Solo King, but here in week number 3, day number 4, it's gonna be interesting to see what route Faker wants to go for. Like I said, if you play it safe and just pick up, maybe Caitlyn versus Caitlyn, as exciting as that would be to see both, team members hit 200 steals, I want to see kills. I know you guys are excited to see Faker play here versus Fury. Won game number 1, but then lost it off of, I guess, not realizing Incinerate wasn't going to come up quite as quickly, or just not having spell cooldowns that he needed to be able to turn that 1v1 all-in around. And so, also didn't count on the Cannon Minion betraying him in game number 2. So, we'll see if he can pay off the Cannon Minion mobsters and get one on his side this time to win the matchup versus Fury. But either way, we'll be seeing game number 3, blind pick, coming up next, and it's going to be a match for the ages, 1v1 here in the Solo King tournament. It's going to be exciting to watch Faker at work. So, like I said, should be having game 3 come up on your screen here in just a second, so don't go anywhere.
Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for same old game is on till the morning light. So eager to reach a little piece of heaven, eager to please your unrested soul. Still you believe in control, but yet you let it all go. Now tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for the night? Tell me, are you ready? Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Six nights all alone with a thought that infests in your head. Give it up, no time for doubt, no time to regret. So eager to reach a little piece of heaven, eager to please your unrested soul. Still you believe in control, but yet you let it all go. Now tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for the night? Tell me, are you ready? Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Are you ready? Now tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for the night? Tell me, are you ready? Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the night? Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready, baby? Out of control, you're gonna lose it. Out of control, you're gonna lose it. Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Six days on a run and you don't wanna make it home tonight. Now the same old game is on till the morning light. So eager to reach a little.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. We are here in our final game number 3 blind pick between Faker and Fury. And it does look like the players have agreed to a blind pick Lee Sin versus Lee Sin to determine which player will advance to the final stage of this group stage matchup. Faker versus Fury, mid laner versus AD carry, SK Telecom T1 versus Samsung. Here in the Solo King on Azubu TV, it doesn't get much better than this. A Faker versus Fury Lee Sin matchup here in the blindest of blind pick. Game number 3 is coming your way. I am so excited to not only just get a chance to cast Faker on a mid lane Lee Sin. If Froggen's out there, this is your fault. Brought Lee Sin into mid lane popularity a while back, way back in, I want to say season 2 that was popularized. But now we get to see a mid lane matchup 1v1 Lee Sin versus Lee Sin, and oh my gosh, this is gonna be so exciting. I hope we get a chance to check out the runes and masteries too, because you can see a lot of subtle nuances between the players just by checking out exactly how they want to spec things. We've even seen Lee Sin's run hybrid penetration marks, just recognizing the magic damage being done by Tempest and Cripple or Tempest rather is actually going to be pretty significant. So probably should still see a bunch of flat attack damage, maybe some armor, although that won't be completely effective just because Tempest does deal magic damage. So we'll get a chance to see exactly how they want to spec things out. No crystalline flasks, no teleports. It's going to be straight up flashes and ignites. I can almost promise you that. If you can get like a Flash Dragon's Rage into turret, That'd be incredible to watch, but that is going to do it for our, well, I guess pretty non-existent champion pick and ban phase for our blind pick game number 3. And for Faker versus Fury, you have to feel a little bit more confident on your Lee Sin, since it is a champion that he has played before. I'm just excited to watch the game. No matter who wins, it's going to be awesome. Faker, probably with a few more fans behind him, at least in the fan vote. I was excited. Let's go ahead and check out the runes and masteries. Now, these should be updated runes and masteries here. I don't think this is his current rune page. I think he might have actually changed that, so I'm not certain about the rune page, but as far as masteries are concerned, we're going to see this here. Spell Weaving, Blade Weaving, 2190, the start there, so no crazy tank builds. It's fairly standard across the board. Of course, now checking out Faker's rune page, we're going to see 15 attack damage, 9 armor. I guess that 12 would be the magic resistance, if I'm not mistaken, and then 7.8 armor penetration. If I'm counting all of those up right, maybe I'm incorrect, but let's go ahead and check out the masteries. 2190 as well, but this time no points in Spell Weaving, Blade Weaving, or the Warrior enchantment. Okay, I'm gonna guess that was actually the wrong mastery page because it did have ability power. I'm thinking that was actually the mastery page that he used on his previous game for Annie. So we're gonna forget all about those runes and masteries, as it does look like they were a little bit outdated. And hopefully just hop into game here. I cannot wait to get this underway. If you have friends on the planet Earth and you have some way to get into contact with them, let them know that Faker is playing a Lee Sin versus Lee Sin blind pick mirror match for the tournament life, for at least his tournament life here in the Solo King. It's a 1v1 tournament for a reason, and it's going to be awesome to see what he can bring to it in this Lee Sin matchup. It doesn't get much better than this, and honestly, I have not been this excited to watch a 1v1 in a long time. Let's go ahead and get into game. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Of course, brought to you here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melt, and we're getting into Game 3 blind pick Lee Sin mirror match between Faker and Fury. Faker, of course, the mid laner for SK Telecom Team 1 versus Fury, of course, the 80 carry for Samsung. And while their individual team performances in LCK this season notwithstanding, it's going to be about the 1v1s. Oh, a 1 versus 1 first auto attack of the game, but it does look like Faker actually took a little bit more damage from that, so we'll see if maybe that is a portent of things to come. Take a look at the item builds, the summoner spells, and it's Flash Ignite for both Lee Sins, Longsword, and 3 health potions. Recalling back to base and looking to heal that little bit of damage up. They might actually wait for another I don't think that's actually a thing, but a little bit of a slower start out of base there for Fury, as Faker already making his way towards the mid lane. No cheesy auto attacks onto turrets, no crazy routes taken through the side of mid lane like we saw Zepha do a little bit earlier. Straight up starting at your turrets, minion wave gonna spawn, and here we go. 2 minutes into the game, we are underway. Fury versus Faker should be a race to level 2 for an early all-in. So this game may be over incredibly quickly. You can see auto-attacking there with the start of Safeguard for Faker. That's actually really significant. You can see no Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo. Walking through the minion wave with Safeguard, and now it's all about this level 2. You can see they're actually going to be fighting one another. Tempest Cripple there for Fury, so Fury should actually be able to get a faster level 2 here, but all Faker getting a lot of value out of that shield. Has full Fury here, but full energy rather, but we'll see if Fury gets Fast and Furious, hits level 2 first, and immediately Faker forced to back off. Now getting level 2 of his own, does have a Safeguard available, so he'll be able to use that for Spell Vamp with Iron Will to get that damage off. Does hit Fury through the minion wave, but actually decides to go in there, but with Tempest Cripple out there and a Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, Faker will lose that trade. Forced to chug all of his health potions now. Fury with a little bit of an advantage there. Will Faker be able to hit level 3 first? Does not look likely. Trying to get just every little tiny auto attack there, but Fury's going to edge him out. And Faker actually behind in a very significant way. Level 2 versus level 3. Has to watch out for the Sonic Wave. Now he's going to hit level 3 as well here. Trace out for Sonic Wave. Fury going to walk backwards into his minion wave so that Faker would have to overextend a little bit too far, but Faker there with the safeguard. We'll see if he hits Iron Will. Is going to get a little bit of spell vamp there. Fury walking dangerously far forward, takes a turret shot, and now it's actually Faker with a small life disadvantage. Just watching them, Fury actually stuttered a couple of auto attacks on creeps that died there, so gotta keep an eye closely on whether or not Faker is able to last hit this under turret. Does grab both of those, but he's 6 CS down an entire wave behind Fury, who may just look for this opportunity to go back to base. He's gonna walk very far behind his turret, but is going back the right call here. If you walk back into lane with a level disadvantage, Faker can always just walk straight up to you with a level 6 and Dragon's Rage for the kill. So definitely something you want to keep an eye on, but Fury really can't go back to base. With a wave pushing in, not only would he lose CS, but he's going to risk having his recall stopped as well here. Faker continuing to hit these Sonic Waves and coming out on top. Will face a little bit of damage here from Fury. We're going to lose that trade, though. I'm not sure exactly what he expected here. And now he's actually the one forced to go back to base. Now, looking at the skill distribution, Faker actually has 2 points put into Safeguard. So looking for the extra powerful shields. No ability power, so nothing crazy to power those up. Just going to level them up to get a stronger shield. Now, a trip back to base first for Fury. Safeguards to his Trinket Ward just to get back to lane a little bit more quickly. So you can see, like we said, 2 points into Safeguard, now 3 points into Safeguard for Faker. And this is all about, oddly enough, the sustain from Iron Will, as well as the ability to shield out damage, just becomes so effective at trading early on. So interesting to see the Safeguard max for both players, just a little bit ahead on that level advantage there for Faker. We'll see if Fury can even it up by the time he gets back in the lane, but minions will still be pushing in towards Faker, so he'll be able to continue his level lead here. Sonic Wave onto Fury. He knows he's going to win this trade just off of the level advantage, but he's actually fighting in a creep wave. Probably not somewhere he wants to go. Wins the trade, forces the health potion out, and why is there a ward in the inventory for Fury? I think he basically is saying, I'm going to need an insect to be able to win this matchup. Might decide to let the wave push a little bit further towards his turret, but whoa, Fury baits out that Sonic Wave. Actually, all the skills from Faker there being baited out. Misses most of them, except for the Tempest, I believe. Fury putting on the pressure, but Faker has evened up the CS count and is actually now ahead 1 CS over Fury. We're starting to get up through our first third of the CS, third of a way to a 100. Once again, this game will probably be decided based off of kills. Now, level 6 versus level 5. This is absolutely huge. If Faker can land Sonic Wave... Now, Fury has a ward in his inventory. I can promise you if Faker ever goes in on a Sonic Wave, Fury's just going to ward jump back to his turret and immediately, make him take a turret, maybe try to get an insect. Okay, there's a Dragon's Rage there. And so theoretically, Faker should have a strong enough advantage off of that Dragon's Rage usage just to be able to pick up this kill onto Fury. Now, Fury does have that insect possibility with the ward in his inventory, and honestly, that ward's kind of crazy. Oh, there it is. He's going to kick Faker back into the turret. But no turret shots actually taken. There's the Trinket Ward to recall to. Fury one auto attack away. The Sonic Wave. Resonating strike for Faker, who picks up the 1v1 Lee Sin mirror match kill. There you're going to see a kick through the minion wave. Almost kills off the minions for a turret shot. But Faker able to safeguard his way back out to the minion wave. Ward jump in there for Fury to try to dodge away from that Sonic Wave. But it's the resonating strike. Faker with a little bit of swag there at the end. Able to come in with a 1v1 kill versus Fury. And that means that it will be Faker picking up the 2-1 victory. In the first round of his group stage match, he will advance to face the winner of Cain versus Winged, which will be our best of 3 matchup coming up after that. But the Lee Sin 1v1 doesn't get much better, and it's Faker that comes out on top in the end. Of course, 96% of the InVen fan vote going in his favor, only 4% for Fury, who are sadly disappointed. But Faker will advance to the next round to the finals of Group B4. That's B-4. If you guys want more information on Group Stage, you can of course scroll right down below your stream or head on over to Esportspedia at lol.esportspedia.com and search for the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament. Find out all the information on the brackets over there. But that is going to do it for Faker versus Fury. Faker advances, face once again the winner of Cain versus Winged. And we will have that best of 3 series coming up for you in just a minute. First, we're going to throw things over to a quick commercial break. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it'll be Cain facing off against Winged. Famous Korean player played for Brazilian team Pain Gaming. We'll get a chance to see him come back over. Or Keat Stars. I got the team wrong there. Now all of my my Brazilian pundits are gonna flame me. But Winged hasn't actually seen play once he returned to Korea. Is a sub for Jin Air Green Wings. We'll see him play versus Cain when we come back. So stick around. We'll be right back with the Solo King, the last best of 3 of the night.
Child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. Too late it was for him, for them. The evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
What's up guys, and welcome to a new episode of the Top 5 LoL Play series. Let us jump straight into the action and move into the number 5 spot. The red team has just finished taking Dragon and they're pushing their assault against the blue team. One major thing to note is the fact that blue team's Riven is still halfway across the map, but she's steadily making her way. On top of that, she has her ultimate and she has her flash ready. The blue team is missing quite a bit of ultimates, but they still have Wukong's. But Riven finally makes her appearance, flashes in, uses the third part of her Q, stuns everyone, and then finishes them off with her ultimate. Instant pentakill. But let's move straight into the number 4 spot. This is gonna be a battle of two Lee Sins in the top lane. Blue team's Lee Sin just finished taking red team's tower, and the Lee Sin on the red team is trying to...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King 1v1 tournament, of course, featuring some of your favorite players from the season of LCK. Cain versus Winged. Your next best of 3 of the night, semifinals in their group stage. Winged, a player that we haven't actually seen a whole lot since his return to Korea, of course, kind of gained his claim to fame after going to Brazil. Was undisputably the best jungler in Brazil during his time there on a team called Team Keed Stars. And honestly, once he left, I was a little bit hesitant. I wondered kind of what was going to happen to him when he returned to Korea, and he became a sub for the Jin Air Green Wings. And while he hasn't seen play yet this LCK season, the Green Wings themselves are actually on a roll. I believe they're actually currently tied for the second place spot with SK Telecom, T1, and CJ Entis just under the GE Tigers. So really excited to see how he's going to fare here versus NaJin. Support player Cain. Now, keep in mind, support versus jungler. Winged is going to grab a Malzahar, and while Cain may not feel comfortable necessarily on champions outside his champion pool, he's gonna pick up a Leona. Now, how Leona wins a 1v1 is a small mystery to me. And while Winged only has as his stats here an undefined little bar and a Lee Sin, he does have a fairly large extended jungle champion pool. Just hasn't had an opportunity to play competitively yet, so or at least not in Korea this season. But for Cain, of course, favoring ranged supports, it's a little bit interesting to see Leona the pickup, and specifically in a 1v1 matchup, you don't look towards Leona to win 1v1s. Cain just, I guess, looking for champion experience to help him through here. A small vote in favor of Winged, or at least it should be Winged favored, just given that Cain, as a support player, may not have quite as much 1v1 experience. So we're going to have to see how that works out as we get into our first game of this best of 3. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, Korean 1v1 tournament featuring your favorite players, champions, and teams from champions. This season, starting off with our last best of 3 of the night. Of course, one following this to determine which team will advance from the group, but last semifinals of the night between Winged and Cain. Of course, Winged representing the Jin Air green wings, so maybe some Winged synergy there, Winged on the wings. Playing Malzahar versus Cain's Leona, and you know, Leona I wouldn't necessarily traditionally think is a great 1v1 champion. Gets a lot of defensive stats from Eclipse and has hard engage when she needs it, but especially versus Winged's Malzahar. It's going to be interesting to see how that all-in would work, especially after level 6. I feel like Winged is just going to immediately ult Leona, and she will, you know, die immediately thereafter. But it's going to be interesting to see, of course, Cain playing to his champion pool as a support player for NaJin EM Fire. A champion that he's familiar with, but maybe not one that fares quite so good in 1v1s.
소환사가 다시 연결되었습니다.
Cain starting with a Crystalline Flask, and of course the same situation for Winged, and both players will wait back in base to get their extra potion before coming back into lane. Now, what Winged is going to do is actually a little bit interesting. He's going to charge up his Voidling passive so that on every 4th spell cast, you actually get a little Voidling to come your way. And in case you guys are just completely unfamiliar with Malzahar, I guess we'll take some time to go over his spells. And at least for me, Malzahar was one of the first champions I played, so it occupies a very special place in my heart. We'll have to see exactly how that works out here. So Malzahar, he pushes based on Voidlings and a little thing called Malefic Visions, which will actually be his second spell. Whoa, early engage here. A couple of extra auto attacks, but trading right back at him with a Call of the Void. The Call of the Void, one of the highest damage spells that you can pick at level 1. Winged actually sacrificing CS for Harass here. Look at that Voidling damage. Oh my god, those Voidling auto attacks are just way too difficult to deal with. And now Winged hitting level 2 first should be able to zone Cain off of CS here. He's trying to deny him one, and he will get that deny off. Pushing him too far away from the creep wave. Using health potions to sustain back up, though Cain can get back into this fight, but it's going to be off some hard engages that I'm just not sure Cain can come out on top of. A big creep wave as well, backing up Winged here, so if that Shield of Daybreak stun lands on a Wing, it does count as an auto attack, and he'll take creep wave damage from every single one of those. Now Winged hitting level 3, getting closer and closer to that level 6, and continuing to spam out those spells so that on command, he's going to be able to summon a Voidling. And Voidlings, not only do they kill champions very quickly, but they also kill turrets very quickly. And while they do draw turret aggro, so they don't get too many auto attacks. Whoa, going in here. Winged immediately with a silence, but look at that Eclipse damage actually coming in. Actually didn't check the ability power on Cain's Leona, so I'm not sure how much ability power he's actually playing with. Another engager. There's a barrier for Wing. Throws down the silence. One more auto attack. The flash away. The counter flash and an auto attack from Cain. Did I just see a Leona win this 1v1? It only has 9 AP. He's gonna get a nice Zenith Blade in there. The barrier effective at blocking out almost all of that damage, but the ignite all in and a follow-up auto attack flashing on through, and Winged goes down to Cain's Leona. In the first game of their best of 3 series, Cain off to an early lead. So you guys heard it here first. If you're looking to win a 1v1, just pick Leona. Go flash ignite and just kill the guy. I don't know if Aframu's watching, but Cain, a big fan of showing us how easy it is to just exercise pressure in the lane. That's what he just established there as Leona. A great all-in. We didn't even make it to level 6. Just an incredible way to end the first game, and just going to show you support's OP. If Doa is out there spiritually watching, he's going to be pretty happy with Cain and his bloodthirsty support styles. Kind of styling on Wing, to be fair. Did not expect to see quite as much aggression from Leona early on, and able to play that lane matchup very, very well. Just goes to show that you don't necessarily have to pick the champions that are most OP as long as you're super good with them. And I think it's safe to say that Cain has played his fair share of Leona. Maybe not necessarily just this season, but overall very well versed with all the support champions, and had a pocket pick Leona that wound up winning him game number 1 in this best of 3 series, which leaves Winged in a 1-0 deficit. So we'll be hopping into champion picks and bans here for game number 2 coming out. Not a hard ban here by Cain. Does not want to deal with that again. But of course, double support bans versus Cain. Wing knows what champion pool he's going up against and might actually see a Leona here. Yeah, there's the Respect Leona ban in a 1v1 tournament. We'll leave Cain with some interesting choices at his disposal, hovering over Nasus, and Nasus is locked in. Kind of an interesting choice. You do get 10% lifesteal off your Soul Eater passive, and you know that's a good way to sustain yourself up in lane. And more importantly, I want to see if this is an AP Nasus, because we have already, and as strange and as sad as this makes me to say, we have already seen an AP Nasus once. I want to say Watch played it in his 1v1 matchup a little bit earlier. And you're saying WTF AP Nasus? It's a thing, and especially in 1v1s, it definitely helps you shove out the wave, but downside is that it makes you A, very squishy, and B, does not actually help you get all that much CS. Just because the flames from the Soulfire are not something that are able to kill the minions all that quickly. I think I just said Soulfire. I meant Spirit Fire for Nasus, but it's a lock-in on what I believe is going to be a Jarvan the 4th here. And yeah, Winged as a jungler should be very familiar with pretty much most jungle champions. Jarvan the 4th, one of them. It just so happens to factor in very, very well in a 1v1 situation. Now, given that you actually have to kill your opponent in a 1v1 or go for the CS advantage, which may not necessarily be the win condition here, it's going to be interesting to see if Wing can actually pull this one out, because I mean, theoretically all Nasus would have to do is build tank items and then, you know, kill minions up to 100, and or look to stack up his Siphoning Strike and then go for a turret kill, because I think we all know how quickly Nasus can take turrets. That's going to be exciting to watch, but I don't know. The mystery for me is how Cain won his first game. I'm going to have to go back and watch that one more time. Just the damage, the overextension, lack of respect there by Winged, and Cain doing a good job of capitalizing on it like an uppercase alphabet. So we'll be able to see whether or not Winged can bring things back, or whether it's just going to be a 2-0 for Cain. Is support OP? We'll get a chance to find out when we get into our deciding game number 2, possibly deciding game number 2 coming up next. Of course, if you have friends who are out there who aren't watching the Solo King, tell them to get in here. It's hashtag the Solo King on Twitter as well. Make sure to tweet at Azubu TV and let them know that you're watching. Of course, winner of this matchup will advance to take on Faker in our final best of 3 of the night. Just showing you some runes and masteries there. Nothing too surprising as far as this is concerned. 2109. The build, actually kind of interesting when you think about it. You don't see too many 2109s that put those 3 points into reduced summoner spell cooldown. Traditionally you want to put those into things like decreased recall timing or possibly even movement speed, but let's go ahead and check out Wings, runes, and masteries. You can see runes there, 19 AD, 9 armor, and 2.6 something. I don't think that's critical strike chance, but if somebody else can translate that and let me know, we'll figure what's going on there. But 2190, this is fairly standard. Spell weaving, blade weaving, both picked up. No points in Warlord. Checking out the rune setup as well. We're going to see 9 armor, 19 damage, and again, those 2.6 points in something. I want to say, I don't think that's crit chance, so might just be flat health. Not exactly up on my Korean runes here. So either way, that is going to do it for our picks, bans, runes, and masteries. That means that we are about to head into our second game in this best of 3 series. If Cain wins this, he'll advance to face Faker. If Wing wins this, we'll be going to a blind pick game number 3. But regardless, the Solo King, when it comes to 1v1s, it delivers. And it has been an amazing tournament so far. Looking forward to seeing if Winged can come back and stay alive. Or whether or not this is going to be the end of the line for him, but the beginning of, well, what may be the end of the line for Cain as we advance through the tournament. I guarantee you, if Cain plays Leona versus Faker and is able to pick up a kill, that'll be something I want to see, but has to make it there through Winged first, and he's already one game on his way. Be exciting to see whether or not Winged can bring things back for the Jin Air Green Wings. He faces off against Cain from NaJin EM Fire. If the regular season is any indicator, then Winged has got a great team behind him, but he hasn't actually played competitively since he's been back in Korea. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he can represent maybe from the bench versus Cain, a very accomplished Korean support player. Proved that Leona was OP in game number 1. We'll get a chance to see how game number 2 goes. Once we get into it, we'll be hopping into it in just a second. So stick around, guys. This is the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV. I want to thank them for putting this tournament on, you guys for watching. So make sure to stick around as we get into game number 2. I take it back, Tristana's dance and laugh is the most annoying thing I've heard in the entire game. Welcome back to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions, of course, brought to you here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I do want to welcome you to game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Cain and Winged. And after a very impressive Leona versus Malzahar win for Cain over Winged in game number 1, he'll take that advantage here into game 2. Winged bringing out Jarvan the 4th to face off against Cain's Nasus. And as far as sustain goes, this is about the most you can possibly have for Cain. He'll recall back to base and get a 4th total biscuit of rejuvenation. 34 ability power on Cain's AP Nasus. Being played here versus Winged's very standard attack damage, Jarvan the 4th. And of course, I believe that was a lot of armor penetration. So it was high armor penetration with flat AD. That makes a little bit more sense when it comes to the 1v1. But unfortunately, I did not notice that from looking at his runes due to the fact that they were in Korean. So let's check out the Nasus dance. It's pretty OP. He's winning the dance off by himself. And actually, that means that he didn't go back to base to buy an extra potion. So that's actually kind of interesting to watch. And you're just seeing the AP Nasus power here, able to just last it with auto attacks. But look at that martial cadence damage. That is a little bit rough to deal with. Now he's gonna fight Winged in the Spirit Fire, which is never a place you want to fight in. Okay, this is an Ignite barrier on Winged's Jarvan. So important to notice that he does both have barrier to probably win most trades if he needs to use it, and the Ignite for the kill potential. So theoretically, Winged is setting himself up in a situation where he's going to be able to go in for a safe all-in and pick up a kill because of it. So martial cadence after that, and actually skilling Golden Age's second. A little bit interesting to see, just because you expect to see Jarvan's going for very early all-ins off of Demacian Standard into that Dragon Strike combo. But with the Golden Age's second, that actually capitulates a little bit to the advanced sustain that Cain has. He's got it from his passives, so when he auto-attacks, he gets 10% lifesteal. He has it from Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation, which give a little bit extra health and mana regen back, and of course, a Crystalline Flask as well. Synonymous for both teams, but is AP Nasus OP Nasus is the question we have to ask. And you know, Cain's about to show it to us. He's up 1 CS in the 1v1. Winged has taken a large amount of damage from standing in that Spirit Fire. It actually has a fairly large radius compared to other spells that, you know, are non-ultimate. Be excited to see how on earth Winged deals with this. I can almost promise you he has not faced a lane phase versus an AP Nasus before, but, you know, stranger things have happened, so I suppose I could be possibly wrong about that. Siphoning Strike's starting to get stacked up. No teleport back to lane for Winged. Same situation here for Nasus. So Cain actually took Flash Ignite on Nasus. That confuses me to no end. Theoretically, especially versus an aggressive lane opponent, you'd want to maybe spec a little bit more defensively in your runes. Maybe take a barrier, take a summoner heal. Maybe not a summoner heal if you predict being all in. So barrier would have been a great choice, but going for the Flash Ignite Nasus, this is a very dangerous situation to deal with. Of course, walking all the way back. To lane with his first Doran's Ring versus the Doran's Blade buy there for Winged. Both champions probably will get another recall back to base to buy some extra items before this game ends, but at least at this point, can't say too many things about Kane's AP Nasus. Has picked up even CS with Wings, so he's actually able to, I guess, maybe make a case for at least being able to CS in a decent way. Winged, of course, seconds away from his level 6, actually 6 away from level 5. He hits level 5, goes for the all-in, misses the knockup, but still able to trade out effectively versus Cain. Now, Kane's sustain, as we said earlier on, remains mainly on the planes, but also in his Crystalline Flask. You see those martial cadences, just so high damage from Winged. Really able to win that matchup just off of continual all-ins that Cain may not be able to deal with all that significantly. There's the all-in again, flashing immediately back out. Ignite, I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up this kill. Last tick of Ignite. And there you have it. The engage, the flash, or the Ignite Summoner spell down for Wing, but he does get himself back into this lane, and it only took him an Ignite Summoner spell to do it. Minions will come back into the lane, and Winged will be able to CS them, while Kane's Nasus takes the long, slowed, arduous trek back from base. Will take a little bit of time to get back to that mid lane, and when he does, he's actually going to be facing a lane that is only slightly pushing towards him, probably with at least 2, possibly more CS that he may just not be able to get. Looks like at least at this point, the AP Nasus is doing a decent job of CSing. There's actually a Wither into Siphoning Strike, continual auto attacks, but I don't think Winged actually cares about that, because his all-ins are going to be incredibly high damage. Now, look at the item buys off the first trips back to base. For Winged, it's actually just a Doran's Blade, along with one of their best CS scores this week. But when you look at the overall CS, it just does not look extremely flattering. But hey, pushing a wave into turret, always a good thing to do, and it's going to take a long, arduous trip back from base here for Winged, who I feel is going to start to lose this matchup like slower and slower, or more slowly and more slowly, because if you look at the itemization that Cain just picked up, he grabbed a glacial, or not a glacial heart. Excuse me, back, Glacial Shroud picked up there, a little bit of cooldown reduction, a lot of armor and mana, so this is actually going to be really devastating to deal with. What is also going to be a damaging factor is if Winged ever uses Cataclysm on Cain, Kane is just going to immediately ultimate. Not only will he win almost every trade inside that ultimate, but he's also going to have the effective HP coming back his way. Area of effect damage, it's magic based. Of course, it does scale off of ability power. We're going to see if Winged wants to go for an all-in. Nope, just continuing to throw out those martial cadences. And keep in mind, it is magic damage versus a primarily physical resistance. Stacked champion there on Kane's Nasus, so definitely something to keep an eye on for now, but shouldn't see too much early aggression here from Cain, just given the fact that he probably loses a little bit more than he wins. Back in the lane, not necessarily the most exciting 1v1 matchup that we've seen all day long, but nonetheless one that is starting to actually go a little bit more in favor of Winged. He's about 11, 12 CS up. That's 2 whole waves. And he's not even behind in itemization. Now, granted, he does not have the glacial, I want to call it a glacial shroud. I always mistake it because it looks like a shield. It's not a shroud. But regardless, just look at this AP Nasus Soulfire power. Once he gets that extra CDR, and of course some ability in his pocket, his ability to shove turrets is actually pretty insane. And the biggest issue here for Winged is that he's actually taken so much damage to turret. That turret is at half HP, and Nasus kills turrets so quickly. There's the all-in. They're going to go for the dunk, immediately forcing out Fury of the Sands. Winged going to take a lot of damage from this. He is going to go down there. One last auto attack, but he's going to turn on his barrier. But look at the ability power from a soul fire on in there. Spirit fire, rather. And just look at how strong this counter all-in is. Fury of the Sands on in there. And in fact, it is actually the Furious Sands that deal the majority of that damage. Winged able to run away, hit the barrier in time, but barrier's not going to save you from a Spirit Fire. Coming out, picking up game number 2, it's Cain with a 2-0 victory over Winged. And with that victory, it means that he will actually advance to the next round of the Solo King to play in the finals for a trip to the playoffs. But standing in his way is SK Telecom T1's mid laner, Faker. We'll be seeing Faker versus Cain when we come back from a short commercial break. So if you guys are excited for some 1v1 action here featuring some of the best players in Korea, it doesn't get much better than the Solo King. It's a tournament broadcast here on Azubu TV, and if you have any thoughts on the tournament, either head on over to Reddit, post your feedback in our Reddit thread, head on over to Twitter and tweet at Azubu TV. Of course, use the hashtag the Solo King. Of course, let us know how you guys feel about the matchups, the champions, the players, or just about anything. Of course, once again, that is twitter.com/AzubuTV. Congratulations to Cain on his 2-0 victory over Wing, and of course, Faker on his narrow least-in victory in the 1v1 over Fury. Those are your 2 players that will be competing in the finals for Group B4, and that's going to do it for our last official best of 3. We're going to head into the finals best of 3. Of course, that will be coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Faker versus Cain.
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down, no one to free for champions. I can't believe it's wrong. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down, no one to free for champions. I can't believe it's wrong.
Wait a minute!
supposed to be my pentakill, what did you do to me? I killed Dino, want to play for champions, I can't believe it's rolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill, what did you do to me? I killed Dino, want to play for champions, I can't believe it's rolling.
Red team pentakill.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament, of course, brought to you here on Azubu TV, of course, featuring all of your favorite players, including, not limited to, the next two players who will be playing for you on your screen. It's Faker taking on Cain, and while Faker, kind of a crowd favorite to advance through the brackets, Cain kind of coming up with some of the most impressive play that I've seen this entire tournament. He won a Leona versus Malzahar matchup, and then followed it up with a victory versus Jarvan IV as AP Nasus. Now, just saying those names kind of pains me because it's matchups that I completely predicted the opposite direction. And to be honest, I think a lot of people may have underestimated Cain's potential here. Now playing up against Faker, you're going to see champion picks and bans here. It's Graves, Gangplank, and Cassiopeia. So Faker loves banning out the GG champions, and we've actually seen 3 Gs in his champion bans previously. Has to make sure that Cassiopeia doesn't get out of control. A Garen, Galio, and Gragas ban there for Cain, so a lot of Gs out there as far as the ban phase goes. So I'm not sure exactly what's up with that, but when it comes to the champion picks, it's going to be an Azir versus Kennen matchup. Now, I'm really excited to see how Cain plays Azir, because we've already seen a lot of Azir play from, well, spoiler alert, the guy that actually advanced to the playoffs previously. Ahead of this, from our first best of 3, it was GBM. So Gank by Mom had a lot of success as Azir, and he will advance for the playoffs through bracket B3, but for bracket B-4, it's all coming down to Cain versus Faker. Kennen versus Azir, and I don't think we'll actually get the opportunity to check out the runes and masteries. We're just gonna hop into game here in just a second, but Faker coming out in his second best of 3 of the night, won a nail-biting Lee Sin 1v1 to qualify here for this finals matchup, whereas Cain put in work as, like we said, Leona and AP Nasus to be able to join Faker in what is going to be a battle for elimination. Winner is into the playoff bracket. Loser will unfortunately be going home. So this is a lot of excitement behind this. Honestly, you have to kind of give a small advantage to Faker, but with Cain playing as impressively as he is going to give Faker a run for his money. And especially on Azir, a champion that we've already seen a ton of success being played by GBM earlier on tonight. Be interesting to see what Kane's Azir can do versus Faker's Kennen. Kennen kind of been out of the meta for a little bit, but as far as the 1v1 goes, you don't have to worry about getting ganked. You can just go full-on harass mode if you want to, and it'll be interesting to see. I won't get confirmation for this, whether or not Faker went with Ragan's 30-0-0 Kennen build. Probably not, and I feel fairly certain with that prediction. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see Faker bring out Kennen, a champion that we've only seen once here in the Solo King, and actually had a pretty poor showing from what I can remember. So what can Faker do with Kennen versus Azir, one of the strongest 1v1 champions here so far in the Solo King? It's going to be exciting to watch. Of course, any game with Faker in it is going to be exciting to watch and see how he does here. Once again, this is the Solo King. If you guys are new to the tournament, if you're wondering what's going on, this is a 1v1 tournament featuring a lot of your favorite LCK players, and it's a pretty awesome 1v1 action. You win by either taking your opposing turret, killing your opposing laner, or being 10 CS up at 100 CS mark. So once you hit 100 CS, you have to have a 10 CS advantage after that in order to be able to pick up the win. We've seen a couple of CS victories over the course of the weeks so far in this tournament. We'll see which victory conditions are chosen here in game number 1 of our final best of 3 series of the night to determine which player will advance to the playoff brackets out of the group stage. It's Faker versus Cain. We'll have game number 1 of that best of 3 coming up here in just a little bit. So stick around, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Faker versus Cain in game 1 of their best of 3 matchup. Let's go ahead and get into game. Do you want to give a quick update? I saw the champion names, but with the player icons switched, I did miscall which player was playing which champion. So, welcome to the Solo King. This is a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Currently into our final best of 3 of the night, as Faker on Azir will be taking on Kane's Kennen. So, some alliteration there. It'll be interesting to see how this works out, and apologies for the champion player mismatch before this, but it'll be interesting to see how this works out, considering the summoner spell is chosen, Ignite Flash, for both laners. Of course, on opposite keys, Faker running Flash on D, no, it's Flash on F, whereas Cain is, of course, committing the cardinal sin of running Flash on D with Ignite on F. So I don't know, maybe he's going to dash his way to victory, but either way, it'll be no sustain starts for either player, no cloth armor, 5 health potions or anything like that for Cain. It's just going to be Doran's Ring with some Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation, a longsword health potion start there, which I guess is fairly sustain heavy for Cain. He's walking forward and stops Faker's recall. I guess Yordles are meant to be annoying. Cain might actually go for the stop of the recall by walking over around the around the Raptor pit, but was unfortunately unable to stop that. So Faker heads back to base, won't be picking up any extra sustain, just healing off that early harass. And coming into the lane phase, traditionally we've seen Azirs have difficulty with AD carries that can shove them in early on. But Faker's Azir probably shares a few characteristics with Ganked by Mom's Azir, which was more than capable of winning his matchups earlier on today. Throwing out the Sand Soldier in the middle of the creep wave, but honestly, Cain's shoved it in a little bit more quickly than Faker would have liked, and while he is going to lose 1 CS, should be able to hit most of these additional CS under turret. No, he's actually going to miss not 1 but 2 CS under turret. That's I think that's more than 2. Yeah, he missed 4 CS out of the first wave. Faker having some struggles here versus a Kane's cannon, who is all too willing to just continue auto-attacking, shove this wave in over and over again, and start to get off to a little bit of an early CS lead. Of course, I can't emphasize enough how quickly small CS leads can turn into big ones, because specifically determining like the play style that the player wants to play. So for Cain on Cannon, he's going to be looking for a little bit more of an aggressive harass-based style, whereas Faker, I feel like less so harassing Cain as it is just putting on enough pressure so that he can keep the wave from getting shoved into his turret. One strategy to keep the wave from shoving into your turret is to go for this like consistent auto attack harass, because when you auto attack, the enemy minions actually hit your body, they don't hit your minions, so your minions survive a little bit longer and can counter push more effectively. Now, that being said, it's actually kind of terrible to just take free damage from minions, but if it means getting the wave in a better situation, oh, level 3 gonna dash on in there with a lightning rush, Ignite can be pushed onto there, is flash, will Faker go in for the all-in? If he flashes in, he risks getting hit in the face by a Shuriken. One more auto attack. Faker thinking about the flash. Of course, counter flash available there for Cain. Faker hits level 4. He's going to have a big health advantage here over Cain, but Cain will sustain in the lane. Faker, though, probably not a fan of my my rhyme game, but underneath turret, once again, one auto attack away from death, and with a big wave of minions pushing in here, Faker gonna get a equally large CS lead. He's trying to make Cain stop his recall back from base, and it actually will stop that. Stay in lane is gonna get a lot of additional experience and gold here. Faker stops his recall as well, so once again, we'll have to shove this wave out while Cain goes back to base. The biggest differential, at least as early on, was CS in favor of Cain, but now Faker has completely turned that around and is actually the one shoving Cain underneath his turret, really just punishing him for A, not bringing teleport, and B, having used his sustain up very early on. The Ignites both burned at the same time, but with the range advantage, or at least range harass advantage off of Sand Soldiers, which, you know, don't cause Faker to take damage. Cain's of course, back behind his turret. This is a terrible position to be in if you're Cain. And I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to accomplish here. He might have been looking for Faker to push through the turret, but Cain is just recalling out of sight. Ward placed in the lane there by Faker just to make sure that Cain is actually completely out of there. Heads back to base, and whoa, a Fiendish Codex buy. This is the first Fiendish Codex that we've seen out of the entire tournament, and what's almost more interesting than the Codex is Cain's pickup of a Longsword and Amplifying Tome. And if you want to count the number of items to build out of that, I mean, you got Hextech Gunblade, which we'll never see built up in time, Trinity Force as well. But all big ticket items that you're never going to see them combined into. So for Cain's Kennen, you know, Cain has been a player this tournament that has done a number of confusing things. From AP Nasus to Leona picks versus Malzahar. Maybe not things that you would necessarily expect, but we'll see if it is good enough to win this matchup. Holy hell. Sand Soldiers, while they do evaporate a little bit more quickly underneath turret, kind of mission accomplished there for Secret Agent Sand Soldier, who's already putting the pain down onto Cain's Cannon. Faker, with the auto attack cancels just for some extra style points, recognizes he is solidly in the lead by almost 20 CS here at 6.5 minutes. Faker might just win off CSing, kind of fighting himself here, just to pick up as much CS as possible. Now 50 to 30 CS, and more importantly, Faker's Azir kills turrets ridiculously quickly. With the use of a Rise on turrets, you get true damage on a turret just by using a skill. You can use it in between your auto attacks. So it's just an incredibly high damage way to kill turrets early on. And so Faker's got a lot of options. Does he win by CS? Does he win by killing the turret? I think turret kill might actually be a little bit more likely. Faker will have to play this carefully. There's the flash in. He's going to get a lot of stuns there. Faker will get that Emperor's Divide, but Ignite is taking down. Is Faker dead from this one? Does have to micro behind the minions just to avoid this Razor Shuriken. The flash in there. He's going to look for the shield. The counter kill. Ignite ticking down there, but Kennen very low as well. Faker will get a level up to level 7. Holy cow, this lane is ridiculous. Faker has already picked up a kill in this lane on my vocal cords, completely devastating them, and we'll look for damage on this turret, spamming out those auto attacks, and I think he just wins the game off this. There's the Arise cast on the turret, and Faker will take down game number 1. Some intense action. He'll spawn a turret of his own there, winning this 1v1 versus Cain. What an incredible 1v1. Cain not disappointing with his Kennen, but just incredible playstyle by Faker. That aggression there at the end to get Cain down so low on his Kennen. I did not expect that. I don't think Cain expected it either. No retaliation versus Faker means that he was just able to press his advantage on into a very quick turret kill. Represent a game 1 win, and for Faker, this is match point. If he wins this matchup, he will advance out of Group B4 into the playoffs, but Cain, here to stop him, has faced off against a relatively difficult matchup versus Wing. Pulled out some crazy picks and was able to advance here to face off against Faker. So if you're good enough to play against Faker, you've probably got some potential in your pocket. And here coming into game number 2, it's kind of do or die. Cain, what interesting pick is he going to pull out now? He's gone through Leona, AP Nasus, Kennen. A lot of G-bans as well when it comes to the banning phase. We've seen Gragas, Garen, Galio, Gangplank. I don't know if they're just saying GG to one another in the ban phase before they get into the game, but we definitely have some GGs after game number 1. So it's going to be exciting to watch game 2 come up here. Not sure exactly what Faker's going to go with. He's had success on LeBlanc and on Azir. Hopefully they will have the overlay aligned correctly this time, so I don't mix up the champions and get everything in the right place. Game 2 should be coming up on your screen right now. Cain versus Faker. Down 1 game. Now everything on the correct side, so success. I'm going to be calling Faker Faker this time, and Cain. Cain. Talking about the ban phase, a little bit more serious from Cain. Having banned out both Azir and Cassiopeia, Faker still calling out the GGs with Garen and Galio. As his 2 bans, Faker doesn't afraid of anything, or at least any champion. Maybe he's just really afraid of the Garen Galio counter picks to whatever champion he is going to go for. And there's the Gangplank. GGG, baby. Of course, there's 4 G's in there, so screwing up K-pop one step at a time. Faker's ban phase leaves nothing to be questioned. Banning out all 3 of his most hated champions to play against. Now it's Cain with the opportunity to first pick his champion. Faker with the counter pick. What will Cain go for? If Cain is super try-hard, he locks in Caitlyn right here. Caitlyn has seen an incredible amount of success over the course of this tournament. Very safe playstyle. You can go for CS victories or just poking your opponent out of lane and killing off his turret. Still a viable option. Misfortune to pick up for Cain. I'm not sure if he wants to try that Zepha style where you walk around the corner, sneak up on your lane opponent, and go for the early all-in. But it does look like it is going to be a misfortune here for Cain unless he changes at the last second. Strong AD carry when it comes to all-in, but why is that not a Lucian or a Caitlyn? And this lock in there on Misfortune. What is Faker's counter pick? How do you counter pick that which has not been played competitively for an entire season? Well, it's going to be up to Faker here. A lot on the line here. Kind of your existence in this tournament, I guess you could put it that way. But a lot open for Faker as far as champion picks. He could go almost any ability power champion other than Azir Cassiopeia. You gotta take Karma and Galio out of there if you're talking crazy picks, but he's played Lissandra earlier as a successful 1v1 champion. We got Annie as well. That's what he's hovering over. Now, keep in mind, Faker has his only loss this tournament on Annie when he unfortunately underestimated Fury's damage and, well, unfortunately lost game number 2 versus Fury. Now, going back to try to redeem himself on Annie, can Faker win with the only champion that he's lost with in the Solo King? Gonna lock it in, and an Annie versus Misfortune lane. Misfortune with very aggressive trade potential that I'm not sure Annie can necessarily deal with. We've already seen how effective it can be early on, and now I guess we get a ringside seat for Cain versus Faker, game number 2. This is going to be intense, and of course we do get an opportunity to check out both Faker and Cain's rune pages. And Mastery is coming up here in just a second, so it is going to be interesting to watch out for exactly how they changed their itemization up. For Faker, he shouldn't have all that much to change. Might take out some of the lower points in offense, but specifically for Faker, I'm interested to see whether or not he goes for things like spell weaving, blade weaving on Annie when your job is just to burst somebody down, but will we actually get a chance to see these runes and masteries? I'm not actually sure if we'll still be showing them, but regardless, coming into game number 2, I have to give a maybe small advantage to Faker here, and to be fair, it's not out of just, you know, like the Faker bias. I feel like should be an actual concept, but as far as runes and mastery is concerned, we are actually going to get a chance to see exactly what he is going to be running here versus Cain. So Cain is going with, let's see, I didn't actually get a chance to check that, but with, wait, that is scaling cooldown reduction. That's CDR per level runes. I'm not sure why you'd go with per level runes here for Faker, but he's also got, let's see, ability power scaling, flat AP, and magic penetration from reds. Confused as to why those are scaling runes and not flat runes, just for the early effectiveness, given that, you know, most 1v1s are scaled in a very early game kind of fashion. But at least this time around for Faker, as far as masteries are concerned, a fairly standard 21-9-0, but with 2 points put in attack speed and 4 points put in cooldown reduction. That is a little bit strange to see, with the rest of the points, of course, put into ability power. No points put into attack damage this time. Last time Faker played Annie, he had points in AD and scaling AD, as well as AP and scaling AP for Annie. Looking for the auto attack trades, but they just didn't come hard enough, and now specifically with that extra little bit of attack speed mixed in, we'll see if that is enough to you know, fire off the shots that he needs. He's already been 1 short this tournament in game 2 of his previous series, but we get a chance to watch Faker in action versus Cain. See if Cain can pull this out, because if he doesn't, then it's Faker with a 2-0 victory on to the playoffs. But can Cain turn this around? We'll get a chance to see as we get into what could be our last game of the night. It's going to be Cain versus Faker here in the Solo King. Of course, broadcast on Azubu TV. So stick around, we'll be right back with game number 2. Or at least I think we're going to be right back. We have been taking somewhat more prolonged breaks in between. So once I get the memo from production, we'll go ahead and get it in game 2 once it's ready. So I'm excited for this. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the Solo King. We're working our way through the group stages, and of course coming up next, we actually get Group C, which features, oh by the way, a matchup between Space and Mad Light. We also get to see some more I Am Athena players play, so a lot more Solo King action coming your way. But to finish off the game, to finish off the day, for us it'll be Faker versus Cain. Let's go ahead and get into what could be the deciding game number 2 in their best of 3 series.
Give me all I gotta give.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Of course, broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I do want to welcome you to game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Faker and Cain. The winner will advance out of their group stage to the playoffs. Loser will go home, and for Cain, he is kind of up against the wall here. 0-1. Faker choosing Annie into his misfortune. Gonna go for a little bit of early trade action. Of course, Cain actually winning that exchange. Cain has put his first point into double up, and traditionally you want to save your skill point, but the matchup doesn't actually change depending on what point you put where. So you're probably gonna go with the same thing early on anyway. Earlier on, we did see Zepha go for a very interesting misfortune strategy by walking around through the bush, getting a flank onto the mid laner level 1, and putting impure shots damage stacked up as he chased him down using that strut passive. But it's going to be a slightly different situation here for Cain, and what's most interesting here is that he actually didn't go back to base and pick up an extra potion. That is a little bit of an error when it comes to starting with a crystalline flask. Faker, though, has been... he's starting with a cloth armor and 5 health potions. Faker's Annie builds remind me of Dr. Mundo builds, because he pretty much goes where he pleases as far as itemization is concerned. And, you know, Faker's going to take less damage from that cloth armor, but, you know, Doran's rings have really been the start for Faker on most of his champions, and the reason he actually lost his previous Annie game is just off of not having enough straight-up damage, not going for that the Doran's ring, and now we'll be losing these trades versus Cain's more auto-attack centric misfortune. Faker continuing just to CS there with Incinerate. Actually does have the CS advantage. So at least that's something that he will have his in favor, at least momentarily, before the number of creeps in lane evens out. Oh, misses a CS there, so he'll go down one early on. Lands a nice stun. There's Incinerate in for the follow-up damage. And to be honest, for Annie, you actually probably want to go for more of a farm-based survival until level 6 strategy, because I don't know a misfortune out there that in just a solid 1v1 matchup can sustain versus Annie's level 6 burst, specifically if you harass them down with Incinerates earlier on. But you can see the continual Pyromania stuns coming up, and even though they're only like 1.25 seconds, still gives you free trades with you know, Incinerate and Disintegrate. So you're going to like disintegrate them and then incinerate them. I feel like that should be song lyrics. Pretty sure Doa had a band in high school named Disintegrate Incinerate, something along those lines. Would have been kind of a metal band, but I'll have to ask him after this. So if you guys want to tweet at GGDoa and let him know, ask him if that was the case. I'm sure he'll be glad to respond. So Faker being shoved up underneath this turret. Make it rain all over him with those bullets coming down from Arcade Misfortune. What that actually is, I will never know. Misfortune somehow uses her magical powers to cause light to rain down from the heavens, and somehow that light does damage. Great mysteries of the universe here for League of Legends. But as far as the 1v1 matchup between the actual players is concerned, Faker's actually having a little bit of trouble here. He's actually forced to use his Pyromania stun there on just CSing a minion under turret. Actually should be forced to do that quite a bit more as the waves continue to press in. Look at the auto attack for the CS there. Nope. He is still ahead though. Over a full minion wave, and that's with getting shoved into turret. Mine are all in there, but the big difference is that Cain actually got stunned inside Faker's cannon minion creep wave. And after Faker's Annie actually died to a cannon minion earlier on, you all know how strong cannon minions are, so probably want to avoid walking into the cannon minion. Oh, there's the flash! The stun! The ignite's down as well! But I don't think it's going to be a kill. Immediate flash out from Cain. Holy hell, those reflexes to flash out at just the last second. Cain making it out there, and I'm not sure if it was Faker, or I want to say it was Faker, who pulled off almost the exact same play in a highlight video I saw on Reddit a few months ago. going for that all in, but Kane's got the reflexes to make it out of there alive. Faker actually going to back in the creep wave all the way back to base. Keep in mind, it's Flash Ignite for both players, but with Ignite still available here for Cain, so his level 6 all-in might be a little bit more powerful. Look at the itemization. He's got the makings of, what is that, maybe a Hex Drinker? Probably won't ever actually complete that itemization because somebody's going to die in this lane, and Faker's already had one death on Annie. Probably not looking for a second one. So with Kane's Summoner Spell advantage, he's going to be able to play this matchup maybe a little bit more aggressively. Faker comes back into lane with double Doran's rings and some sustain. So the null magic, or not null magic, yeah, it is null magic mantle, not Negatron cloak quite yet. Faker's still with a lot of damage. I don't think that null magic mantle was the answer here. Faker better store up a Pyromania stun here. If he doesn't, then he's going to be very at risk to bullet time, just being channeled from a range that he won't be able to initiate on. There's level 6. There is Mr. Tibbers. The Pyromania stun's gonna go down. Faker microing forward there in between. Will this be the all-in? Last auto attack is not enough. He's sending. Mr. Tibbers gets pulled back out from underneath that turret. Faker with the all-in, unsuccessful at picking up a kill, but still able to push Cain out of lane. We'll see what Cain can gain from staying in lane, or will Faker be enough of a pain to blow up his brains? That's about all I got. You can add me on Twitter at Eminem. It's my alternate account. But at least for right now, Faker versus Cain, somewhat in Faker's favor. He's about 5 CS advantage, not really anything devastating that can't be made up by Cain. But coming back from base, has completed a Hex Drinker, and similar to the Fiendish Codex that Faker was able to pick up in game number 1, actually represents one of the only second tier items that we actually see being bought here in the Solo King tournament. Decent CS as well, so maybe made possible by CSing like this. But at the same time, Faker's going to come back from base with now an amplifying tome for even more damage. It does take a very bad impure shots trade. Going to need to clear out this minion wave just a little bit more before he goes for any kind of crazy all-in shenanigans. And we'll have Tibbers back available in just about 15 seconds. Will represent another all-in opportunity. Needs to watch out for taking too much Make It Rain damage. Another Pyromania stun there. Faker does have Tibbers up there. He's going to look for an Ignite now. Here's the all-in that he's looking for. Walks into the creep wave. There's the Hex Drinker. Will it be the burn from Tibbers? It will. Have you seen his Bear Tibbers? I think the answer is yes. Faker wins game number 2, and with a 2-0 victory over Cain, will advance to the playoffs, sending Cain home. We're going to get a quick instant replay there on your stream. You can see the turnaround Ignite. Minions are doing damage. A nice Hex Drinker to block the Tibbers damage, but in the end, Mr. Tibbers is gonna have the final word. Faker with a 2-0 victory over Cain. And that is going to do it for the gameplay portion of tonight, but make sure to stick around because we'll have an interview with Faker coming up here in just a minute. So you guys will make sure to stay for that. We'll have this translated live in English, so I do want to thank the members of the production staff for offering that to us. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the Solo King, and keep in mind, schedule for all of the Solo King broadcasts can be found on Azubu.tv. Scroll all the way down to the bottom. There's your links to everything Solo King related. When it comes to schedules, brackets, you can also find bracket information over on I believe it's lol.esportspedia.com. So definitely want to make sure to hit that up. It's going to be exciting times to watch that at work, and it's going to be interesting to see as the tournament develops. We only have one more group, A, B, and C. Group C features members of I Am Athena, I Am's female team, and of course Space versus Mad Life, kind of the hallmark matchup of Group C. I know a lot of people are really excited to watch that matchup. But at least for today, we got to see Faker with some amazing 1v1 potential. Actually did lose a game somewhat uncharacteristically, but was able to bring it back and with a dominant 2-0 victory over Cain. Some pretty tense moments today, but overall, Faker is victorious, and we're going to head over to an interview with Faker here in just a second. So give us a second to set that up, and we'll be right back with an interview with Faker.
진행을 해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 페이커 선수 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 일단 축하드리겠습니다. 어떻게 12강에 올라갈 것이라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
저는 원래 1대1을 할 때 좀
Alright, interviewer is just exchanging
걱정했는데
greetings with Faker, saying hello. He said hello back.
1대1 할때 강한 편이 아니다. 이런 멘트를 또 페이커 선수가 할 줄이야.
네. 일단은 그 보통은
First question is, congratulations on your win. Did you think you were going to make it to the final? To the final 12 participants in the playoffs?
의도된 바인가요?
제가 라인 전을 할 때 좀 밀려가지고 그렇게 된 것 같아요.
Faker answers and says, I'm actually not very good at 1v1, so I was actually pretty worried about playing it. It's just kind of interesting considering that I think most people would consider Faker at being pretty good at 1v1s.
워낙에 페이커가 좀 올라운더 기질도 있고 그리고 다양한 챔프를 선택을 하다 보니까 좀 준비 없이 나와도 워낙에 좀 경기를 잘 풀어낼 것이다라고 예상을 조금 해주시기는 하셨는데 혹시 코리아 솔로킹 토너먼트를 위해서 준비하신 거 있으신가요?
제가 아직은 준비한 것이 없는데.
Question number 2 is, most people try to push the lane, but you were actually by your tower for most of the time. Were you trying to pull the minions into the tower, or what were you doing with that? The answer is, he says, I think they were just doing a good job with pushing the lane on me.
제드는 상대 챔피언 보고 픽할 건데 일단 할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있는데 잘 모르겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 언젠가 보여주지 않을까라는 예상을 좀 살짝 해보겠고요. 그리고 현재 아즈부 TV에서 뭐 개인 방송도 하시는데 많은 팬 여러분들께서 페이커 선수의 선전을 응원하고 계십니다.
Next question is, I think most people are assuming that you will do well. How do you think you'll do in the rest of the tournament?
오늘 첫 경기에서 제가 질 뻔했는데 운이 좋아서 되게 극적으로 12강에 올라가게 되었는데 그만큼 열심히 해가지고 다음에 재밌는 걸로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
네.
Faker says, I don't know how I'll do in the rest of the tournament, but I will try my best to show good games. Last question was, I think most fans were hoping that you will play Zed. Will you play Zed in the rest of the tournament? Let me see what his answer was here in just a second. I think the answer was, I will probably pick based on my opponent's champions. So, but if I have time, we'll see if I play Zed. So, some confidence there from Faker at the end. His final comments were actually, let me see if I can get his final comments translated here in just a second. Final comments were, I think I got pretty lucky today, but he wants to thank everybody for watching, says that he'll try his best to do his best in the rest of the tournament. Does thank the fans for watching, and that is going to do it for tonight's Solo King Group B. You can see the brackets there on your screen. TuSin advancing with a win over XD and Duke. That TuSin versus Duke matchup, if you haven't seen that, definitely go back and watch it. It was an amazing series. And of course, with CJ Entis Shy advancing over both Che from Jin Air and Score from KT Rolster, TuSin and Shy will advance out of the opening bracket. And of course, from today's bracket, we have Ganked by Mom and Faker Advancing to the round of 12. We'll be getting an opportunity to watch them once playoffs start, but should be seeing the upcoming matchups on your screen here in just a second, and it's going to be exciting. We get Peanut versus Bengi. Peanut, really a lot of hype behind that guy. He's too young to play in LCK, but he's already been recruited there by NaJin. Peanut versus Bengi, Frozen versus Wolf, EasyHoon versus Wraith, and QB versus OQ. So a lot of hype behind those matches. Don't miss it. We're going to have C1 starting up on the 12th, so make sure to come back. Tune in for more of the Solo King. Of course, a 1v1 tournament here broadcast on Azubu TV. If you liked what you saw tonight, make sure to head on over to Twitter and follow @Azubu TV. Make sure to let them know what you thought by hashtagging the Solo King. And if you'd like to follow me on Twitter, I am @RapidCasting, and I'd love to hear what you thought about tonight's games. Once again, this is the Solo King on Azubu TV. Do want to give a heartfelt shout out to the production crew behind the broadcast, Azubu TV, for providing the stream for this tournament. All the players, all the casters, all the hosts, and of course all the viewers. Do want to thank everybody out there for watching. Have a good night.
Welcome back to another day of the League of Legends Top Fails. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at 3 with the red team Rengar and Malphite going for the kill on the blue team Nidalee in the middle lane. Rengar leaping on her will drop her low. Nidalee though with the shield and the flash will head into the jungle. As she makes her way up, she's going to run into the enemy. Malphite, Rengar leaving the kill up to him, but Malphite is going to make a crucial mistake. As Nidalee fails to pounce over the wall, Malphite will flash ahead, thinking that she was going to be successful in that leap, but Nidalee will be able to sneak out and eventually get back to base safely. The number 2 spot, we have either a fail on the red team or the blue team. Teemo, you guys can decide down below, as we have the red team going on the hunt against the enemy blue team, who are all low. As Zir leading the charge will take the first kill with the ult and then be able to finish off Thresh for the double. Flashing ahead, he then will throw down the Spearman and finish off Blitz for the triple, leaving Teemo alive. Teemo making his way into the Baron pit though, will be able to activate his passive as the red team head right through it. Apparently not noticing Teemo right away, but the pings will go out as the red team collectively know that he's in that pit. As they group up, they will start the Baron, thinking that this might turn out positive for him, but Baron is going to be able to get a couple of shots on Azir and then turn around with the execute on Teemo, preventing the kill for the red team. Today's top fail is going to belong to the red team Tryndamere and Volibear, with the blue team Lux falling back down the middle lane. Tryndamere will cut her off with the spinning slash. He will be able to get a couple of auto attacks off and slow her down, but the flash coming out, Lux then throwing out the shield as Tryndamere lands a couple of auto attacks on the turret instead of Lux. With Tryndamere staying a little too long on the turret after the binding of Lux, he will go down for the first kill. Volibear then trying to take advantage, but the Lux shield going out, preventing her death as she then lands another binding on the turret. Volibear not giving up with with the passive pop will run right into the Lucent Singularity and take a few turret shots, followed by some help from Kha'Zix as Kha'Zix leaps in to take the kill on Voli. He then will leap towards Orianna and be able to take another kill, making that 3 kills in total for the blue team. Thank you guys so much for watching this episode of the Top Fails. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm in some desperate need for some replays or videos in general for the Top Fails series, so if you want to see your clip featured on the next episode, make sure to head over to my website. You can get there by clicking the link on the screen or towards the top of the description page. If you get to